A very good morning. Welcome along to the second day of a brand new series here at the MODUS Super Series. Series 7 is going to be bigger and better than ever before. And day 1 saw an Irishman soar to the top of the charts. After defeats in her first 4 matches, Lisa Ashton ended day 1 with a solitary victory under her belt. She'll be looking for improvements on day 2. For the Belgian qualifier Timothy Verbrugghe, he endured the same fate, 1 victory on his debut day of the Live Lounge. As for Nathan Girvan, 2 victories, but opportunity missed potentially for the Scot. He'll be looking to make a push on Tuesday. As for Johnny Barnes, the ADC qualifier, it was a superb debut. Some big finishing, some big wins. He finds himself on 6 points. Alongside former weekly winner Adam Mould, who is definitely in the fold to try and take this Group A title. But it was McGuirk who went berserk. 5 wins from 5. He was the poisoned arrow to the rest of the players' darting hearts. Yeah, McGuirk going berserk, and he's most certainly backing up the form that is seen in qualify for Lakeside in December. Talking about people looking to qualify for Lakeside in December, Matthew Edgar is going to be alongside us for the rest of the week. And Shane McGuirk is a player that we've seen here a fair few times before, an improving player. Maybe yesterday he sent down a real statement to everybody.
I think when you look at this week and you certainly look at this Group A, you think, right, who's going to be the most likely winner of Group A? You'd go with Shane McGuirk based on what he did over in Killarney at that WDF Gold event. He went through the field extremely strong over in Killarney. And when you look at the players that he's going to be up against here, I think he's probably the favourite. He's now the favourite to win the week, and probably rightly so.
Well, let's have a look at the table following the first day's play. McGuirk picking up all 5 wins. And then the 2 ADC players. We'll begin with Johnny Barnes, because we know how difficult it can be on debut to settle into this environment, but 3 wins from 5, he'll draw plenty of confidence upon that.
He's a sporty guy. I've had a good chat with him this morning, really enjoyed having 5 minutes with him. We'll pick up a bit more throughout commentary on some of the achievements that he's had through his lifetime. Not so much in darts. Darts is still very new to him. But in terms of the other sports he's done, we've seen how people have transferred sports across. Gerwin Price, one of the greatest players, arguably, that's ever played this sport. And certainly by the time he ends his career, I think we're going to be talking about Gerwin Price being in that top 5 players of all time. Controversial, I know. But when you've played those other sports before, you pick up certain mentalities, certain traits that allow you to transfer it to a solo sport like darts. And I'm seeing those sort of qualities in him already, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this week develops. This, in terms of darts, is by far the biggest thing he's ever played in front of. He's never been on a stage before. This is all new, but he's just taken to it so well.
Adam Mould also there on 6 points. We've seen him win here on debut. Where would you say his game is at now in comparison to that debut winning week?
I'd say it's exactly the same place. He's not someone who's developed, he's not someone who's gone backwards. He's somebody who is steady, consistent, and he's very hard to beat. Adam Mould is one of those players that you always expect to be sort of between the 83 to 85, which means he's going to be about 6 visits to the board, which means you've got to be on it. You've got to beat Adam Mould. You're not going to get a situation where you can just sort of grind the result out. You're going to have to be good.
Let's have a look at the outrights then and see what the bookies are thinking about today's proceedings. Shane McGuirk goes off the comprehensive 4-11 favour. There's absolutely no surprises there.
It's day 2 and I can't argue. I really wish I could. I wish I could debate it, but at the moment you can't look past Shane McGuirk. I mean, Nathan Girvan at 9-1. If you'd have told me that 2 years ago, Nathan Girvan 9-1, I'd have snapped your hands off. His game's sort of gone backwards a little bit at the moment. He's always looking to try and find that bit of form, but he kind of did get that recently at the development tour. So positive signs here for Nathan Girvan. He might just be one to keep an eye on for value throughout the week.
Talking about value, let's have a look at the bet builder and see what you're having a punt on at home. These are the most popular bets that make their way through the exchanges, and we put it into a handy little acca for you. Pays Just over 6.5 to 1 today. We had Chris Mason here last week having some questionable thoughts about the bet builder. Are you in a similar vein of mind?
I think the most question, or the biggest surprise I've got here, is that all three selections don't include Shane McGuirk. I thought that's where it was going to go today, especially after the good day yesterday. I thought everyone was going to jump on there. The 180s, 10 180s across his day. You know, he's hitting big finishers, just dominated the play. So I thought it'd be in sort of all three of those. Do you know what? That bet builder I actually quite like. I think there's some really good value there.
18 plus, BigGamblerWare.org if you can have a flutter on the MODUS Super Series today. Right, we kickstart the action in the same vein that we finished off last night. We're going to be watching the four-time world champion, Lisa Ashton, in action. She picked up just a solitary win on day one of her campaign, but it came in this fixture against the Belgian qualifier, Timothy Verbrugghe. Ashton, who's involved in her second consecutive week here, having played in the double start tournament last time out, and that on the back of a World Seniors semi-final. It's fair to say the Lancashire Rose is match sharp, and earlier on she caught up with me. Lisa, day two for yourself this week. How would you overall assess day one?
Day one yesterday was not good for me yesterday, so I'm hoping today's a lot better and I kick in a bit more.
What's the day you wanted, but you at least ended on a bit of a high, didn't you?
Yeah, I won one game, so I'm hoping now I can win a lot more and just kick in all I can do.
Well, you've been here so many times before, so you know this format inside out, particularly the course of the week. So you know day one isn't the be-all and end-all, and I suppose is today about growing into the week and trying to build a bit of form.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I know I need to kick in, so hopefully I can kick in and keep going because there's a long way to go yet.
You played the double start tournament last week. Was it actually weird to readjust from playing double start, going back into single start?
Yeah, kept saying to me, like, double first, and now I'm saying no double, just go straight off. But yeah, it's different.
And in terms of the week, what's the goals, the expectations? We've seen you at finals night so many times before.
Yeah, hoping I can get there. So yeah, I've got to build on, got to kick in, and then hopefully I can get through to Saturday.
And I imagine this is kind of the point where you've played so much darts recently. Obviously, we saw you at the seniors, we saw you last week, saw you this week. I suppose, is this the final sprint at the end of the marathon?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Then hopefully a week's break and then get prepared ready for the Women's Series.
Well, looking forward to watching you in action all this week, Lisa. Good luck.
Thank you.
So, Lisa Ashton involved in the first game of the day. The Lancashire Rose, the four-time champion of the world, will need to draw upon those experiences and spirits as she takes on the Belgian qualifier, Timothy Verbrugghe, who made his way through the ADC European qualifying tour at the back end of 2023 to qualify here by way of merit. As for Ashton, well, she is one of the most experienced players when it comes to this form. But as far as Timothy is concerned, a debut here, the 32-year-old from Menin in Belgium, a 24-gram dart. As for Ashton, a game we are all too familiar with. The 53-year-old from Bolton, the four-time world champion, herself throwing a 24-gram dart. Do we expect more from Lisa Ashton? I know she is fighting the lurgy a little bit. Could that be a possible mitigating factor?
Let's not go too far into the past, and we were showing concerns over Lisa Ashton whether she would be able to continue to play the game.
First
certainly
leg,
at the level
it's
she is
Timothy to
now.
throw first. Game on.
She went to Lakeside this year, and her goal there was just to try and win a match. That's not the sort of mentality we expect from
60.
Lisa Ashton, who's won that title 4 times, and you'd expect could make it 5 as well. But at 53 years old, she's battled through
100.
quite a few health issues. So to be able to play like she has done for a week and a half now, we're looking into 2 weeks and a half, and I can tell you now,
41.
when she says in that interview, I'm going to have a week off, I don't think she will.
Nobody has
85.
weeks off in darts. Even when you think you could have a week off, you end up being involved in darts.
100.
It's a busy time for Lisa. Be partaking in the Women's Series, which will get back underway later on in the month.
121.
The World Match Play at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool in July. We'll be hoping to dethrone Beau Greaves, the reigning champion of that particular competition.
60.
Well, she had a very hard decision to make, didn't she, at the back end of the year, Lisa Ashton, when she decided not to go to the final
65.
Women's Series events. And it is a very tough decision when you decide not to go, because you do think in the back of your mind, well, what if I just go and pick up a few points? What if I just go do a little bit? It's better than doing nothing, but sometimes it is actually better to sit and do nothing and get that rest, get that recuperation, and don't get those negative thoughts and those processes that creep into your game through playing when you're not 100%.
You require 140.
Says the man who currently has a brace on his hand. Verbrugghe 140. Double 10 for a supersonic start.
130. Lisa, you require 90.
90 for Ashton to break the throw in the opener. She's been in control of the leg. She has a dart at the ball to win it. It's not going to go, and so Verbrugghe will aim for double 5 to get a hold of throw that will feel like a break.
5. Lisa, you require 25.
2 8s.
9. Timothy, you require 5.
Well, there's been opportunities here for both players to get the opening leg of the day. It is early morning here in the UK.
No score.
And it's not going to be going to the way of
Lisa,
the man
you
from
require
Belgium on this
60.
occasion. Lisa Ashton, double 8 to get the breaker throw over the line.
8. Timothy, you require 5.
12 missed darts now between the pair to win the leg.
From a player's perspective, you get
No
to
score.
this point now in the game where you almost want
Lisa,
your
you
opponent to hit it,
require
especially for
8.
Timothy now, who's had 2 very wayward darts. He'll just be glad to see the end of the leg, despite the fact
Lisa
it's
Ashton.
been a breaker throw and a leg is lost. Just restart, get back to 5-0. Well, he'll
Second
probably
leg
start
is
with a
Lisa
treble
to
20
throw
now.
first. Game on.
But crucially for Ashton, she's got the break that she needed to find at some point in the
60.
match. And not just the fact she's had to go from double start to single start. The format, of course, last week was best of 5, and so she now has to reacclimatise to the best of 7 format. Although, considering that Ashton's
95.
played so many competitions which go up in format as time goes on, that shouldn't be a major concern for her.
Good fun that last week, wasn't it? The old double
40.
start format. Something we only tend to see in darts once a year at the World Grand Prix. Now got a bonus week of double start action here at the Super Series.
78.
I've been speaking to one or two within the sport, and there's a lot of people that are eyeing
100.
that double start up if it happens again. I'm sure it's going to happen again at some point, but there's a few players that are eyeing that up. That could well be a big feather in the cap
70.
of a player now, that competition.
Well, there has been a lot of debate, hasn't there, across various darts media sources over the
46.
last 3 to 4 weeks, certainly with the Premier League back up and running at the moment, in regards to different formats that we could see in darts. I think Paul Nicholson's come up with about 23 of them.
83.
Chief Commissioner of Competitions,
100.
Paul Nicholson.
I'm sure we're going to see some different formats here at the Super Series at some point.
140. Lisa, you require
Back to the
155.
standard 501 straight in, double out. Qualification for Champions Week back on the line this week. But double out has been where Timothy's been finding the problems.
114. Timothy, you
They
require
found the
35.
big numbers a bit tricky in the opening leg. Not this time. A couple of darts at double 16. Only needs the one.
Second leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
Different part of the board. Different outcome.
Well, Chris Mason tends to say that
Second leg, it's Timothy to
games
throw
involving
first.
breaks sometimes involve a bit of ropiness, and it's fair to say that on this particular occasion, it's most certainly the point. You hope that one of these two settle down very
140.
quickly, and maybe that 140 there for the Belgian Verbrugghe could well be a start.
134.
Normally when someone starts it, the other one joins in. You tend to find that a lot with this sport. It's one of those games that tend to go along at the
81.
same pace. If one player struggles, you tend to find the other one does as well. It's very rare that you get these sort of dominant performances, and the people that are able to
60.
do that then become the elite players when they don't get drawn into that battle, when they do just want to, as Phil Taylor would have said back in the day, bully the opponent.
77.
You're talking about different darting concepts. You've actually head over to our Super Series YouTube channel,
59.
which is how you'll be watching the action today from the live lounge in Portsmouth. Then you'll be able to watch a pairs tournament, which involved
57.
Lisa Ashton on that so-called YouTube channel.
There are a real few differences, aren't there, between pairs and singles?
140. Timothy, you require
Completely different game.
146.
Much longer wait times. Very hard to play.
Somebody should have asked what the big difference was during that commentary.
84. Lisa, you require 108.
108 for Ashton for a 2-1 lead in the break of throw. To be this time, and so that Verbrugghe is going to be back.
52.
62
Timothy, you
to take the
require
third.
62.
This is one of them shots that on paper feels easier. 62 doesn't sound a lot, but unless you get that treble, it's just one dart at the double.
46. Lisa, you require 56.
And Lisa Ashton, opportunity to break again. The singles are becoming a problem for both, but it will be double 16. Shouldn't seem too pleased about it.
24.
She's got a right
Timothy,
not
you
to be
require
pleased about it.
16.
It was almost as if that second dart was just aimed to the middle and hoped. And that's still not gone.
Yeah, that's game
But eventually in, crashing off the wire. Timothy Verbrugghe leads by 2 legs to 1 in this game.
Forward
We've had
lag, it's Lisa to throw
19
first.
darts at double
Game on.
combined and just 3 converted.
140. 55.
One really interesting thing, though, that I saw when I was looking through the table and the averages and
60.
crunching all the numbers. The league table yesterday, and this is the first time I've ever seen this in my life here at the Super Series. The league table, positions 1 to 6, was identical
140.
to the league table of averages in position 1 to 6. They literally finished points, legs, and averages
60.
perfectly in sync. When do the stats ever match the numbers like that?
And even more to the point, McGuirk convincingly leads the league
66.
table on points and convincingly leads the table when it comes to statistics as well.
Shane McGuirk, the highlight of yesterday,
100.
coming up in our second game. He'll be following this one, taking on Johnny Barnes.
$100. Lisa, you require 141.
141. To level this game up at 2-2. 2 12s.
117.
That would have been ironic considering what we've
Timothy,
seen
you
before.
require 140.
Found it in the first leg, doesn't scare it here. And so Ashton back for double
60.
12 to
Lisa,
level
you
this game up
require
at 2 apiece.
12.
Now 1 from
Timothy, you
12 on the
require
outer ring is the
80.
Lancashire Rose. And so Verbrugghe for the break in 3-1. Single for tops. Oh, misses the big number. Twice.
35. Lisa, you require 12.
Spraying all over the place. It's Timothy.
Yeah, that's game set on the
Ashton.
forward lag. Lisa Ashton.
Levels us back up. This one finally in the balance here. Early morning here at the UK,
Fifth lag, it's
9:49
Timothy to throw
a.m.
first. Game on.
You can normally expect a few wayward darts, but we've often said that darts is traditionally played in the evenings, but actually the way that the tours are now developing, Development Tour,
123.
Challenge Tour, the high entries at the moment on the WDF circuit, that we're actually finding darts is becoming earlier and earlier in the day. I've just
57.
got back from Savac myself, and we're starting at 10 o'clock in the morning for tournaments there, so this early slot is becoming more and more familiar to these players.
60.
So that means you're now only in a tournament until 10:30 in the morning these days.
You including my marking time as well?
100.
How did you get on at the weekend?
100.
I'm in the top 50 now, in the top 50.
If you reckon a race to Lakeside
66.
continues. But the race here is to see who makes it through to Champions Week. The date for your diary, incidentally, is Saturday the 25th of
58.
May for Champions Night. You can be involved by heading over to dartshot.tv every single Saturday night throughout the course of Series 7. We're going to open up our doors
100.
to you, the
Timothy
public, for
Require
more information in the next
160.
leg. Verbrugghe 160 for 3-2. Another one of them. Would have left himself a dart at tops.
95. 58. Timothy, you require 65.
Two fours.
Yeah,
Double
that's
two
game
makes
shot
it
at the fifth
3-2
flag.
to the
Timothy
Belgium.
for
He's a
the-
leg away from picking up the opening win of the day.
6 flaggers, Lisa to throw first.
The
Game on.
evolving sport of darts. So there's always different routes and different ways. Traditionally, people have always gone for the 25
100.
there, but I get the fact that people are starting to move away from that. Quite often, you'll slip a dart in the bullseye. Essentially, you're trying to throw out the ball but miss. A lot of people
60.
won't practice a 25 ring, so I get moving away, but that's the first time I've seen that. I see a lot of
60.
people go treble 11 for double 16, but we are seeing quite a lot of evolution of the sport over in Europe. Remember, certainly when it boomed in
40.
Holland, we saw a lot of various new routes, and now with this new boom of darts over in Belgium, we're seeing another wave of
100.
interesting use of the board.
I'll never forget when Moreno Blonde turned up here for the first time. In the second leg, he started
41.
on 14, so 1-2-4. Completely caught the spotter by surprise. Adam Norris was
100.
another player that, because of his European roots and spent a lot of time in Europe, goes some quirky ways for things.
Well, he used to live in Sweden, didn't he? Alan
60.
Norris was based
Lisa,
and
you
located
require
out there for a few
141.
years. Quite a few miles away, and it feels like quite a few miles away in the scoreboard between both the players
85.
here. Lisa Ashton comfortable here in an attack to take us to a deciding leg.
60.
I suppose when you're
So
2 from
you
14
require
on the doubles,
56.
nothing ever feels comfortable, even if you've got a bit of time on your hands.
Yeah, that's game shot in the 6th.
Well, Double Chopper was
Lisa.
the name of last week. Double Chopper is what Ashton has enjoyed in this game, but she has taken us all the way to a
7th and
decider
final leg. It's
where
Timothy to throw
Verbrugghe has
first.
the darts.
Game on.
And making most use of it.
140.
Beautiful way to open a deciding leg.
140.
Ashton's just got to keep tabs and hope that the mistake will come. On the evidence of what we've seen so far, I
60.
feel quite positive that the opportunity will eventually present itself.
But those two wayward darts did not help. A
68.
great recovery there with the last, just to keep her in with a squeak. But if there's ever a time ill opportune for a bounce out, it is now. I think the bouncer even took a deflection
93.
off the light at the bottom of the stage. But he has 6 on 2-2-1 to complete the job and to pick up the first win of the day.
41.
And that's where the bounce out can really punish and really hurt. Them 20 points that he lost has now meant he is no longer on a finish.
42.
Lisa Ashton didn't make the most of the opportunity. You'd still make Timothy favourite here. Big favourite as long as he can stay away from that
140.
treble.
Lisa, you require 158.
It'd be ironic concerning her woes on the double in this game if she finishes off with a 158. It's not going to happen on this occasion. And so Verbrugghe comes back for tops to
98. Timothy,
seal
you
a
require 40.
topsy-turvy 4-3 win. Double 10.
20. Lisa, you
Match
require
starts.
60.
Come and gone for Timothy. Lisa tends to not let these opportunities pass her by.
50.
But this time she
Timothy, you
does.
require 20.
And so Verbrugghe is reprieved. It's been an edgy game. But it is
Shots
Verbrugghe
and
who
about
is the
Timothy
victor,
Verbrugghe.
getting over the line against Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 3. It's not going to go down as an all-time classic, but a win is a win is a win for the Belgian. He doubles his points tally on to 4. Ashton left on 2. Coming up after the break, Shane McGuirk, by far and away the player of day 1 at the Live Lounge, takes on Johnny Barnes, who impressed on debut. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Timothy Verbrugghe get the better of Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 3. Referee Marco Meyer just double checking the board is all correct to order ahead of Shane McGuirk's clash with Johnny Barnes. McGuirk, who was the player on day 1, picked up maximum points and played by far a better standard than everybody else in the group. Whereas for Johnny Barnes, well, first time on a stage environment, first time here, and he did impress. 82.62 daily average, 16 out of 46 on the doubles, and 6 points most importantly to his name. He has settled himself down quite nicely. The 55-year-old from Darlington, throwing with a Peter Wright dart. I mean, which Peter Wright dart? We don't know. But Shane McGuirk, the 28-year-old from Monaghan in Ireland, former Development Tour winner, and the winner of the Irish Classic at the end of 2023, which has secured his place at the 2024 WDF World Championship at the Lakeside in November and December.
Really interesting there, though. At the very start of this, Marco Meyer just checking the board was level.
First lag is Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Now, that is something I kind of expect to see from two people that have very limited stage experience, like Shane McGuirk
97.
and Johnny do. Yes, Shane McGuirk has played on this stage before, but obviously since then there's been changes to things like the lighting, and that can just change the perception of things. And a lot of the time, people will think that the actual dartboard isn't level. A lot of time that can come from the numbering
45.
being offset, the lighting, the environment, anything like that can just make it feel a little bit off. That's where you get one of those little spirit levels now that sort of can confirm everything's how it should be. It's all spot on. It's just all in the mind. It's a very, very funny game, this one.
43.
Is our perceptions of Shane McGuirk changing every single time he comes here?
Mine has never changed of Shane McGuirk.
140.
I believe he's a quality player with a very high ceiling. I just don't think
100.
he realises
Shane
it yet.
161.
And when he realises it, just how far he can go, I think he'll be fine at that point. One of the things he was keen to point out when I had a conversation with him this morning was he played well at Q School till it got to the point where you could win points. He wants a tour card. He is hungry and determined to get
80.
a tour card.
Shane requires 71.
And I think maybe he wants that too much, too quick, that it's actually he's not taking stock of the developments that he's making along the way.
51.
That last dart grazed the wire with a double 10, and so Barnes comes back to save throw, but he isn't going to find the 136, and so McGuirk has the opportunity
70.
to take out the
Shane
opening leg. Double
20.
10 for the break. Double 10 pinned, and McGuirk leads 1-0. Breaker throw and shoot.
Second leg is Shane to throw first. Game on.
He does have a year of luxury, Shane McGuirk, and by that I mean he knows
99.
what his destination is. He knows what he's working towards this year. Everything is in pursuit of Lakeside, and you've got to say Shane McGuirk, when he hits that level we know he's capable
39.
of, is a player that could go there and win that title. It's a sizable prize fund. Still one of the biggest prizes in darts, £50,000 for WWF World Championship. But not many people get that luxury. The top 32 players in the world know they'll be in the PDC World Championship.
84.
Maybe 7 or 8 people know within the rankings that they'll make it through to Lakeside. And Shane McGuirk, as one of those golden ticket
96.
winners, also knows that this year, at the end of it, he's got that big thing to play for around Christmas time as well.
45.
Absolute luxury position that he's earned off the back of winning that gold event with over 600 players in the field.
But can it also be too luxurious a position
60.
to a certain extent?
Well, it gives you a year of preparation if you view it like that. And it was really great to hear Shane actually have that sort
83.
of mentality when I
Shane
spoke to him earlier on.
150.
Another.
$79.
So McGuirk 71 for a 2-0 lead.
71.
And it has to be said, it's been very comfortable for the Irishman thus far. Tops.
Yeah,
2-0.
than his second leg.
And with
Shane
relative
McGuirk.
ease as well, McGuirk doubles his advantage.
Third leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to throw you under the bus, Henry. Earlier on today,
80.
you said when we was prepping for this that you believe McGuirk could do the 30 from 30.
I do, because I'm looking at the
48.
numbers here, and the difference between Shane and statistically the next best player yesterday, Adam Mould,
45.
is a big jump in terms of average. There's a 5-point gap in terms of the finishing stats. Shane's much better in that regard.
Well, I can back that up a little bit as well. The
100.
group average yesterday for everybody, including Shane McGuirk involved in that, was 81.83. McGuirk's daily average, 90.52. Nearly 9 points better than the group average. And that includes Shane's average. That
100.
boosts that stat as well.
Well, it massively boosts it.
60.
When I saw the lineup on Thursday night for the first time, I looked at two players and thought, McGuirk and Robinson must be licking their lips over the prospect of this
99.
week.
And we all can't wait to watch Reece Robinson, can we?
He's Mr. Must-See! Who can forget that
100.
interview?
Shane, you require 154.
Is this going to be an unforgettable finish? Not to be this time, and so Barnes will get, or should get, what would be his first
94.
start at a double in the
Johnny
match.
requires 76.
He'll get 2. He'll need the 2,
72.
but he can't pin it.
Shane,
And
you
so McGuirk for the
requires
double
60.
break. 2 at tops. Slight shuffle. And now the open bet a double 10.
Yeah, that's game
Found
shot on the
3-0.
third leg.
3 out of
Shane
7
McGuirk.
on the doubles, 85 average, and Shane McGuirk is looking quite comfortable in this opener.
Four-leggers, Shane to throw first. Game on.
He's not even got out of 5th gear,
100.
and he looks miles in front.
He's taking on a very sporty guy here in Johnny. It was great hearing the stories this morning from Johnny about the various sports he's done. I've had to research golf a little bit to know what playing off 3 means.
180.
Apparently that means he's a quite handy golfer. Plays a bit of snooker. He even played cricket for England over
140.
50s as well. Lots of transferable skills that Johnny will be able to bring to the game
81.
of darts. A sport, he's not really been playing that long. He only joined his Super League team 2 years ago.
Quite the transition.
60. Shane, you require 140.
Is this going to be quite the win for McGuirk? Well, this is the first time we've seen a little bit of a blip
24.
from the arrow, but even still, he's got a little bit of time in this leg.
95. Shane, you require 116.
For 4-0 win. Treble these tops.
56. Johnny, you require 106.
Just opening the door very slightly here, Shane McGuirk.
70.
There's
Shane, you
opportunity
require
here for
60.
Johnny to extend the game, but McGuirk wants to get this done. You could see him tapping his head at the back of the stage.
Full focus.
Game
And
shots,
full
and a
control
match.
of
Shane
the
McGuirk.
group. Shane McGuirk moves 6 points clear at the top of the table. It was comprehensive as far as the arrow was concerned. For Johnny Barnes, work to do from here on in. An 84.68 average for the Irishman. 4 from 9 when it came to the doubling. It was flatlined, but it was enough for the Irishman to move clear in the group. And a Mould can reduce the gap to 4 if he can get the better of Nathan Girvan after this short break. Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Shane McGuirk extend the gap at the top of the table to 6 points, getting the better of Johnny Barnes by 4-0. Adam Mould can reduce the gap down to 4 if he can get the better of Nathan Girvan in this England versus Scotland clash. Girvan back at the Super Series had a first day where he would have felt there was more left on the table. But what can he provide on day 2? We know Adam Mould has got previous in this competition. He won the very first week of 2023. As for Girvan, the 21-year-old from Arbroath, runner-up on a number of occasions in the World Youth Championship, will be hoping to make it a victory here at the Super Series this week. Adam Mould from Aylesbury, which is a very popular part of the darting world and will be a big part of the ADC Tour in 2024. We'll give you more information on that in due course. Actually runs a darts club, doesn't he, in that part of the world, the Broadmoor Farm Club. The ADT number 1. Hoping to be the number 1 here, but Girvan is his first opponent.
I think it'd be
85.
fair to say that Girvan would have probably expected to be a little bit further along his darting journey in 2024 than he currently is.
91.
When he was sort of coming out of the lockdown days, when was sort of 2022, was really starting to
140.
show himself as a top talent, was playing in the then Live League regularly, sort of mid to high 90s, was playing well on the Challenge Tour. It looked a certainty
41.
that he was going to move on and get onto the full tour, but just sort of stalled a little bit
70.
in recent times, and maybe that's starting to turn the corner. He did get a quarter-final recently at the Development Tour, which is probably going to be his best route at the moment
99.
to the tour. That one looking wide open this year. The Development Tour, probably could say 10 or 12 people could be
56.
taking that honour. If Girvan can find that form of 2022, he'd put his name at the very top of that list.
140. Next you require 150.
Got the opportunity here to take the opener. I was looking for another one of them to leave double 15, and so Mould will get the opportunity to break on 130.
130.
And he's going to have to take it out.
You require 130.
The bullseye
105.
doesn't go.
Next you require 16. Yeah, that's game shot on the first leg. Nathan Girvan.
You would have felt that was a leg that would have passed him by if he didn't take it. Nathan
Second leg,
Girvan
it's Adam the
is
throw
in the
first.
leisure. He
Game
leads
on.
1-0. Mould with work to do.
$134.
Equipment-wise here, Adam Mould, very similar dart there, if not the same to that we saw not too long ago from
100.
Gary Stone. So does Adam Mould throw with a Gary Stone dart, or does Gary Stone throw with an Adam Mould dart?
99.
That sounds like the worst fee I've heard since the chicken and the egg.
$100.
You mentioned Mould will be a part of the fold when it comes to the ADC Championship Tour in 2024. There's a close-up on the onion darts.
140.
That resumes at the end of March in
26.
Middlesbrough, the first
Adam, you
weekend of
require
that.
128.
He'll be eyeing a title again this year. He won't be eyeing up the 128, but has the luxury of time in this second leg.
81. $92. Adam, you require
Was
47.
going down for the bullseye there. 25 would have left him on the fish. 2 16s for level game.
15.
But the chance has come and gone, but he will return for more. Felt like a leg Mould could complete in his own time.
140.
Until now.
32.
Very similar dart to Girvan. He's had to move now over to the left-hand side. This was the same shuffle that Girvan did, and it's the same result.
Adam Mould.
And the Mould levels us up. But I don't want to skim past the ADC. I want to take a second to say a big well done to everybody on the ADC circuit, because one of the things that I'm noticing with the ADC is that they are very reactive.
140.
They are very reactive to the feedback. The players are experiencing things. They make comments. And the ADC make those changes, and
84.
they're beginning to develop pathways as well. It's going to be a really interesting project to keep an eye on, and we're certainly going to see
180.
the fruits of that system here at the Super Series, both with the ADC and ADC Europe.
Girvan finding what is
41.
only our second max of the day so far. His average tiptoes above the ton mark.
134.
And he's beginning to find it now. He does tend to be the type of player, Nathan, that can really play himself into form, and it's exactly what he's doing here. Two 16s to 2-1.
15.
But he can probably sit back, relax, have a cup of tea, and take this particular leg out.
94. Noting you require 32. That's game short in the
start
third.
was a lovely guide for Girvan just to sneak it underneath. He leads 2-1.
So you say about
Adam the throw
Girvan being one of those players that can play themselves in, they can, and when he does so, it can just look so effortless at times. But
45.
with that, can also become an issue that it can also get a bit lazy. A lot of the players that sort of
45.
get into a rhythm and find the game coming quite comfortable can then just start throwing a little bit softer, can just get a little bit more idle with the action, and
45.
it'd be interesting to see how Girvan does over a full week, and it might even be something that he notices, certainly if the darts start dropping low. I mean, these are thrown with some real venom.
And this is kind of the perfect example of what you're trying to display, Nathan, that natural talent. Adam, and this is even by his own admission when I've spoken to him in the past,
96.
has to work harder than others to achieve the success that he's had in the sport.
That was
94.
the same argument and debate that Glenn Durrant, our commentary colleague, put forward, saying that, you know, some people have to manufacture a throw and work hard and develop
57.
the technique, where some people just have this really frustrating habit of, oh, that's a dart, is it? Let me throw it. Oh, treble 20.
140.
See, some of us are naturally talented, Matthew.
Do you say some of us? Implying yourself?
100. Noting you require
Yes, we've all got to be good at something, haven't we?
Let me know when you find yours.
76 left.
42.
Square
Adam,
himself
you
up for
require
tops if
158.
this 158 doesn't go for Mould. 2 hold. Need another one of them for 219s, and so Girvan wants tops for the break.
134. Noting you require 40. That's game
If there
short
was
in the
someone
fourth
you
line.
feel
Nathan
could
Girvan.
chase down Shane McGuirk at the top of the table, you'd say it'd be Nathan Girvan if he could find
Fifth
his
flag is
form.
Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Well, this is a good way to start the day here on Tuesday. An average over the 93 mark here for Nathan Girvan, which is going to be more than enough to set down
60.
a marker and challenge McGuirk for that top spot. He was the value pick at the start of the day. running at 9-1. If anyone was going to chase him down, this could be your man.
60.
However, is the big concern with Nathan when the first dart pulls low?
I would say so,
60.
but he seems quite reactive to it. If you see how hard and firm he's throwing those darts, it's almost as if he's aware of the fact that he can get into sort of lazy habits. And as a player, you know when you're
82.
doing it, but you sort of recognise it a leg and a half too late. Again, beautifully firm throw there from Girvan.
140.
Really stamping his authority on this match.
You expected he was the
100.
interested party at the beginning of the day on 4 points. And he's laying down a foundation of which to build upon.
140.
101 after 12, the textbook leg. For what would be, it has to be said, a textbook win.
81. Nathan, you require 101.
2 19s, 3 19s to 2 12s.
89.
That would have been 2 points.
He will come back though. Adam Mould, nothing you can do here to affect Nathan Girvan's opportunity of getting the job done and getting the points on the board.
12.
Double six for a
Game shot
4-1 win
and a
for
match.
Nathan
Nathan
Girvan. A
Girvan.
sigh of relief as he gets over the line. And so he joins Mould and Johnny Barnes on 6 points. In fact, the margin of the victory sees Nathan Girvan go up to second in the league table. That the tail of the tape from a very good display. 93-49, the average, 4 from 10 when it came to the doubling. For Adam Mould, he'll need to improve from that 83-81 base. Coming up after the break, Shane McGuirk has the opportunity to move 8 points clear temporarily at the top of the table when he takes on Timothy Verbrugghe. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series, and it is seconds out round 2 on the south coast. Before the break, we saw Nathan Girvan get the better of Adam Mould by 4-1. That victory against Mould has given Shane McGuirk a stranglehold as far as Group A is concerned. 6 points in front now, and he could stretch the lead to 8 if he gets the better of Timothy Verbrugghe. McGuirk, the short price favourite to win this game, and you have been surfing the markets for a little bit of value.
Yeah, I do like to try and point you in the direction of what I think is a bit of value, and I think there is in this one actually. The first break of throw market has got Shane McGuirk at 8-11. That is not far off the even money mark, and well, he's been so solid on his throw, Shane McGuirk, and I think that value is there purely on the fact that he's throwing first, so he's got to defend his throw before having a chance to attack the throw of Timothy. But when we look at the statistics, when we look at the holder throw, breaker throw, that is flagging up as some serious value.
60.
14-point difference between the performances in round 1 and 13 points difference in terms of the averages throughout the course of the day yesterday would only scream
58.
one result in your mind.
And that kind of has been the pattern as well in the markets. The punters running to back Shane McGuirk before the off.
83.
Maybe feeling the same sort of Henry Deacon vibes, that maybe he could do it again. Maybe he could go through the card.
That's a line nobody said before. The Henry Deacon vibes.
140.
McGuirk is vibing in this group.
41.
Not just vibing, he's flying.
80.
And has got 6 darts from here to take out the opening leg. He's going to need the quota, or can he get it done in 3? Double 10.
60.
Skin the wire again on that double.
$39. Shane, you required 20.
For being ultra critical,
That's
that
game
double
shot for the
hasn't been
first
too
one.
handy
Shane
turn today
McGuirk.
until there. 1-0 McGuirk.
Second leg is Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Well, here we go. This is the big leg in terms of Matthew Edgar's tip.
100. 60.
I was actually over in Killarney when Shane McGuirk picked those titles up, and the way he played was
140.
absolutely exceptional. Wasn't like he just stumbled over the line. He was regularly around that sort of 100 average mark.
96.
And the thing is, with a short format game, you miss a couple of doubles, it soon pulls down those stats. And if you just purely look at the numbers, you'll go, he played well, but
42.
he didn't just play well. He played exceptional. And he won both. He won 2. There was 2 ranked events, and then the day before there was like a big money in, money out event. Over 400 players in that one, and he won that one as well. Now, he didn't really have a plan that he was looking to get to
47.
Lakeside, or he was looking to do the WDF. It was just, it's the biggest event in Ireland. He wanted to go mix it up with the best players within his country, and, well, he turned
47.
out to put himself top of the pile.
Bit like he's doing here. This second leg now a little bit more up in the offing. Verbrugghe getting away well, but visits a 42 and 47, and then twin with that 60 has opened up the door for McGuirk to get that break.
$52.
But
Timothy,
fails
you
to
require
seize upon the
112.
opportunity. Verbrugghe 112. Tops.
92. Shane, you require 150.
And the two treble 19s on the 150 here. McGuirk doesn't get it, and so it's up for the bullseye. Second dart. Finds the bullseye. Second dart.
119.
And then goes back again and finds again. Should have gone for free balls,
20.
Shane.
Yeah, that's game short in the second.
Two legs
leg.
played. Two
Timothy
legs won a
Verbrugghe.
double 10. One apiece.
Third leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on. $95. 125.
And you can get in touch
58.
with us throughout the course of the day. Our social media handle is at MSS Darts on Facebook, X and Instagram. You can also get involved via our
81.
TikTok channel. Got plenty of good stuff on there, including the quick fire questions feature, which is a very popular addition.
81.
All edited down by our social media team.
60.
I actually did one with Owen Binks not too long ago. Actually, the whole interview was an hour and a half long, but we had to try and cut it down to 2 minutes. Have you done one of them yet?
59.
Yeah, done a few of those. Do like those. Quick fire questions. It's like that word association game, isn't it? You never know what's going to come out.
85.
I've not been asked yet because I don't know what the term quick means.
100. Timothy, you require 150.
Well, the goat would have been hoping to have made quick work of Timothy here, but one thing he's doing is getting the attention of the players in the back room. They know they now need to come out and
84.
raise it
Shane,
against
you require
McGuirk. And
108.
McGuirk will not be a very popular figure right now in that practice room. Players will be eyeing him up, knowing they've got to keep tabs on him,
92.
making sure he doesn't
Timothy,
pull
you
too
require
far away.
66.
That leaves 21. Not the intended opening target. But he ends on double 8.
50. Shane, you require 16.
Verbrugghe misses double 8. McGuirk aims for double 8. 2 4s.
Yeah, that's
2-1.
game short in the third
It's
leg.
a hold fest
Shane
so
McGuirk.
far. McGuirk won't mind having the darts in this match if that is the
Forward
particular
leg,
direction
it's
of
Timothy
travel.
to throw first. Game on.
Feeling a little bit hard work though.
$180.
Verbrugghe with his first maximum of the day.
60. $140.
Well, this is a much better leg. 180, 140.
140.
Well, it's a much better performance, this, from Timothy. So far, his best performance of the week.
100.
Seems to be warming to the task here at the Super Series.
$93. Timothy,
The
you require
Belgian
81.
Player representing the ADC Europe system. Expect to see an awful lot of players from Belgium emerging over the next couple of years.
71.
Some really good systems in place over in Belgium. And I almost fear at the moment a little bit for the UK that as a nation we may get left
Timothy, you
behind in
require
darts very,
10.
very quickly.
Yeah, that's game shot in the forward line.
Well, that
Timothy
was a
Verbrugghe.
13 darter for Timothy Verbrugghe there. Level we are at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
We've spoken about it before when you've been in commentary, you've been around Europe and you've been looking at the way the different tournaments are held in
85.
different parts of the world. What does the UK then lack that other countries are beginning to bring in?
Enough darts. We are so stuck in our ways.
60.
You go to a local league tonight and you'll see 4 games of singles, best of 3, a game of doubles, maybe a game of threes, or a captain's game, or a team
82.
game. And what you'll tend to find is if you pick one person and go, right, I'm going to watch you, how many darts do you throw tonight? Compared to how many darts do you sit and watch other people throw?
180.
That balance in Europe and in some of the countries that I've visited, Iceland especially, they
58.
bridge that gap. You are playing darts a lot more. It's not just play one game, best of 3, win 2-0, sit down all night and watch everybody else. And that's took 3 hours of your night.
100.
It's completely different over there. Lots of round robins. You're always involved in games, tournaments, but double elimination tournaments, lots of first round or early loser
140.
tournaments.
Timothy, you require 161.
Lots of opportunity to play.
Maybe that's why we see so many players, so many do one in a round robin format as opposed to some of the players in the UK. McGuirk ain't going to take out the 136. Verbrugghe threatening the break of throw, threatening back-to-back 13 dart legs here.
Yeah, that's game shot.
This is quality from Timothy. And this is something that not just Timothy's going to be happy with, not just
6
our
targets, Timothy to throw first.
Belgian watchers that are tuning in to check out Timothy, but the rest of the field. Because this will just keep Shane McGuirk within touching
96.
distance. And ultimately, what everyone wants is the opportunity to be able to win this group and qualify. But the longer this winning run for Shane McGuirk continues, the more unlikely it would become.
180.
But when his back is against the wall, he comes out firing with a max.
We have seen
123.
some of his friends from over in Ireland. Certainly, Conor Heenahan hit a 9-darter on this stage on multiple occasions. McGuirk not going to add his name to the roll of honour on this occasion, but there's still plenty of time to go this week.
60.
Andreas Harrison and Steve West treated us to the perfect leg, as well as Leonard Gates in Series 6. It was raining down on 9s in the previous series,
96.
but they all came one side of Christmas. We haven't seen one yet in 2024 at the Super Series.
140. Shane, you require 102.
More pressingly, McGuirk needs to take out this 102 to save the match. Not going to go, and so Verbrugghe has an opportunity to spring the first defeat upon the Irishman so far this
82.
week.
Timothy, you require 82.
73 left. Two tens for McGuirk to get the
29.
break back.
Shane, you require 20.
And to send us to a last leg decider. And that could be that.
Timothy, you require 53.
Well, McGuirk has been perfect so far this week, but Verbrugghe is missing big numbers now on an all too regular basis. But it's going to get a dart, a double 16 to win the match, and a match dart that comes and goes.
This is where you just make sure, oh, that was close, he knows it, and that can be a little bit upsetting. It can just knock you out your stride.
No score.
And he's in big trouble.
Timothy, you require 16.
3 match darts.
No score. Shane, you require 5.
Didn't move. Didn't open up the bed. More confident, assured visit there from Shane McGuirk. And now, once again, becomes big favourite to go on,
final leg.
get the job done,
first. Game on.
and stretch even further at the top of the table.
And this win would feel different from the others. This is one he's really had to work for. This is one that should have got away, but it's one that might well now be within the palm of his hands.
Sometimes you just need that little bit of fortune, that second chance, that extra opportunity, and he's got it. He's making the most of it.
$83.
In firm control now. There's nothing Timothy can do. Even a 180 just keeps him in touching distance, but still waiting for a mistake from McGuirk.
Could that be the mistake? Great recovery of the second dart. Fantastic recovery from the single one, first time out.
That is a player full of confidence right there. Don't let just one dart of the 3 affect.
Shane, you require 123.
He knows he's the man to beat. And he knows that nobody so far has had the formula of doing it. That's where you get that extra opportunity.
99.
When you've built that reputation here in this group. And by far the best leg of the match from McGuirk. Looking at joining the 13 dart club.
24.
When it's mattered the most. McGuirk has come up with the goods. The arrow had to dodge a bullet there, but he has made it 7 heaven at the beginning of this Group A in Series 7. He gets the better of Verbrugghe in 7 by 4 legs to 3. He has a chat with the referee, Marco Meyer. Obviously, something was quite amusing. An 86.12 average for McGuirk. Verbrugghe actually had an average higher than that of the Irishman. 4 from 14 on the doubles. He gets over the line in a last leg decider. Coming up after the break is Ashton against Mould. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, it's fair to say Shane McGuirk used his get-out-of-jail-free card, getting the better with Timothy Verbrugghe by 4 legs to 3. A game which Timothy may have thought was in the bag, but McGuirk moves 8 clear, and a Mould in action next against Lisa Ashton, who is looking to get to the party. Lost out 4-3 to Verbrugghe in the first game. As for Adam Mould, he was beaten quite comprehensively by Nathan Girvan by 4 legs to 1, who, well, Nathan put in the performance of the day against Adam in that particular one. What do you think of this one, Matthew?
Actually looking forward to this one, because I think this is one that both players would be going onto the stage thinking, I've got this. This is a game I can win, and then that obviously throws up its own interesting possibilities.
First leg is Alicia to throw first. Game on.
Well, Lisa did this a few times last week,
95.
starting down on the night. Of course, obviously, it was double start last week, but even after she hit the first double, the next visiting leg, she would start downstairs.
She's used this
57.
tactic quite a few times as well. It is quite an old school routine that people used to do.
83.
Certainly when they felt they couldn't reach. We know Lisa Ashton struggled with various injuries, certainly around the nerve in the elbow, which sometimes you'll just struggle to get that feel of the dart. So I don't mind this at all from Lisa. It is something that she just uses temporarily. I don't expect to see her do this for the entire day. When she gets that feeling back in the arms, she'll move back up the board. But I'm guessing that this is going to give different breakdowns. That's
100.
really going to put our referee Marco Meyer to work today.
Well, that last start there from Adam was
98.
jangling like a loose tooth, but Ashton leaving 92 after 12.
Now, as a player who's playing against this, it cannot be off-putting as well. When you're seeing your opponent play down on the 19s, it draws you in. And it shouldn't, because it doesn't change what you're doing. But for some reason, when people start moving around the board like this and starting on the
52.
19s, it almost gets a little bit off-putting.
Off-putting or not, Ashton's left tops to take out the opening leg, and it'd be a
58. Lisa, you
comfortable
require
hold for the
40.
Lancashire Rose. For the doubles, have caused her troubles
Yeah,
already
that's good for
today,
the
but
first
she
leg.
pins it
Lisa
last start of
Ashton.
asking. Ashton leads 1-0.
Another sign there that she's
Second
maybe
leg
just not
is Adam to
feeling
throw
right at
first.
this point of the
Game
day, because that first start of tops was so high, so over-pitched.
100.
I'd expect to see her continue with this plan, which does opts to open up on the 19s.
57.
And if you asked any player, I think they'd all say the same, that they don't like playing people that do this, and
131.
it shouldn't make a difference.
It's something that's become rather more apparent in the women's game. I know Eileen de Graaf is the obvious example of this, but
57.
we see it a lot at the Lakeside in the women's competition, that if players are struggling, they will go down to the 19s. They're not afraid to change the tactics up.
140. 99.
And as
you
dominant as
require
Ashton was in the
130.
first leg, it's as dominant Adam has been in the second. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye here.
84.
But misses the big number. So he's going to have to spurn a dart upon his return.
43. Adam, you require
But it's got as much
46.
time as one could want. 2 16s.
Yeah,
To
that's
level the
been short of
game
the
up
second
with a
one.
14
Adam
dart
Mould.
leg. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Alicia to throw first. Game on.
And for the third leg in succession, Ashton beginning
On
on the 19s to perfect avail.
See that little half smile across the face of Adam Mould? He's aware of
58.
this.
Now, if she goes down as she has there, she now can't leave a 9, she hit the treble. Because at that
57.
point, she could have broken the internet, hit a 180, would have left 150, and could have gone 3 bullseyes to have completed the 9 dart leg.
58.
That'll probably be Connor Scott's tactic when he's next back down here.
Yeah, he does like to have a little bit of fun with the dartboard, doesn't he?
47.
Mighty fine player, who I believe is having another go at the WDF system very
96.
soon. I believe he's off to the Isle of Man, which is the next sort of silver grade event in a couple of weeks' time.
Great event that, the Isle of Man.
44.
I'm sure the island will be full of darting talent in a couple of weeks' time. I'm expecting big entries for that one as well.
97.
All these events all pull in between 500-600 players at the moment. Very, very big popular boom at the moment across all forms of darts.
23.
Well, that 23 has left Ashton on a non-out, and so opens up the door here for Mould to break.
81.
He's not made the inroads that he would have desired from that point.
59. Adam, you require 111.
Aye, aye, aye. Aye, aye, aye. No, no, no.
70. Lisa, you
Ashton
require
squared ton to the
100.
2-1. We haven't actually had a ton topping finish so far today. Tops, tops. Tops, tops.
80. Adam, you require 41.
216 to Mould to get the break.
9. Lisa, you require 20. Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
And
Lisa
there are
Ashton.
moments that Adam Mould will be stood at the back of the stage just thinking of those missed
Forward leg is
opportunities.
Adam to throw first.
Just builds the
Game
frustration, especially in this sort of short format where you don't get many opportunities to break.
100.
It also pressures your own throw as well, because you then feel like, now I've got to hold my throw here. It just becomes
57.
a very quick sort of wormhole of thoughts.
Well, you go from feeling you're in front to feeling as if you're having to chase down
140.
in next to no time at all.
Well, in seconds, you've gone from opportunity and control to panic. And it can happen so
58.
quick. 6 darts. In that case, 3 darts. But this is good from Mouldy.
100.
We did work out a nice little song earlier, actually, for Adam Mould, didn't we?
133.
Something that we don't see too often in darts. Dart players having their own fan songs. We actually made one for Adam Mould to the
137.
tune of Akon's Lonely.
Do you want to...
Don't sing it. You don't need to sing it, Henry.
43.
No one
Adam,
wants
you
to hear you
require
sing that.
24.
We want to see Adam Mould throwing at double 12.
Yeah, that's game short.
And
in
hit
the
double
fourth
12 for
leg.
2-2.
Adam Mould. Fifth
I'm
lag
kind
is
of glad
Lisa
Adam
to
Mould
throw
wasn't
first.
here
Game on.
the other week when we had the Ron Moulenkamp and Darren Webster incident, because that would have been quite ironic if we had somebody called Mouldy
133.
during that particular set of instances.
$140.
Bet you didn't think when you was studying your degree that you'd be interviewing someone over that.
57.
You know, at like universities and stuff, they put what the alumni have done in certain classes, right? There's people that in my
140.
class that work for Aston Villa Football Club and Hampshire Cricket. Henry Deacon interviewed about bowel movements.
133.
And ironically, probably your highest profile result in regards to the media attention that incident got.
100.
But this is
60.
another opportunity here for
121.
Adam Mould to really take control of this game. He had a couple of opportunities the last time Lisa Ashton had the throw. He let the
That's
opportunity
been
pass
short in
there,
the
but he
fifth
will
line.
not do it again
Adam
on this
Mould.
occasion. A 1-2-1 finish on the ball puts him in full control now of this
6
match.
targets. Adam to throw first. Game on.
So Mould hold will move him on to 8 points. And will keep a stranglehold amongst Shane McGuirk.
180.
He's eyeing it up.
Is there a little bit of swagger coming into the walk here of Adam Mould?
95.
Certainly looks like a man enjoying himself, and why not? He's averaging nearly 96. He's beating a 4-time champion of the world.
80.
Get the smile off his face. See, that's how quick this game can turn around.
Could get a little bit whiffy for Mouldy.
95.
Well, he may smell opportunity here.
134.
Firmly in control.
133.
He's got 6 starts.
Adam, you require 107.
To get the points and leave the stage in second place in the table.
44.
He's made a bit of a mess there. 63 is another one of those shots where on paper it doesn't look like a big shot. But unless you get that first start right, it is just
96.
going to be
Adam,
the
you
one
require
match start.
63.
Is that going to be yet another missed single that could come back to cost Mould? Only the solitary dart at tops. Dragged below, and so
43.
Ashton's got a
Does he
chance to
require
take us all the way.
82?
I mean, this leg has felt all about Adam Mould, but Lisa's just stayed in touch, hoping the opportunity presents itself when it does.
She's
67.
miscounted there. The penny is dropped,
Adam, you require
and that might be
20.
the last dart she throws.
Game shot.
It will be
Adam
the last dart she
Adam
throws. Lisa Ashton miscounted. Adam Mould did the business. The full 2 win for the man from Aylesbury against the Lancashire Rose. Lisa just tried to work out how she got to that particular point. But for Adam Mould, a 92.54 average, 50% when it came to the doubling, and aided and abetted by the only ton plus finish we've seen so far today, the 1-2-1. He gets the better of Ashton by 4 legs to 2, bringing himself back to within 6 points of McGuirk. Barnes and Girvan follows this. Game 6 of our session here. The MODUS Super Series sees Johnny Barnes and Nathan Girvan go toe-to-toe at the hockey. Before the break, we saw Adam Mould pick up a win against Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 2. Impressive performance as well. An average of 92.5, 50% on the doubles. And he moves within 6 points of the league leader, Shane McGuirk, who finds himself on 14 points. The winner of this one would also move to within 6 of the table topper, Girvan, who won his first game of the day impressively, having to had a bit of a sneeze. We've all been there, haven't we? Once or twice before.
Normally when in the outside lane of the M6 is when you tend to find the need of sneeze.
That's the worst remake of Fast and Furious I've ever seen.
It's not finding a way to get settled here. There's something unease in him.
First lag is Johnny to throw first. Game on.
However, all jokes aside, if you're Johnny Barnes, you might look at this and think, okay, well, let's just hit the front straight away whilst you're still trying to settle yourself.
Absolutely. The eyes will just water a little bit, just change the view slightly. Not changing the outcome of the dart, though. Picking up where he left off from that opening game.
100.
Nathan Girvan. 4-1 victory over Adam Mould. But I'm
60.
really looking forward to watching Johnny Barnes and how it develops and goes for him over this week. I love these stories, the journeys. It's a very short journey for Johnny Barnes. He's played darts, he's played for a bit of fun, played
100.
in his local league, but in regards to anything such as Super League, 2 years. Just 2 years at Super League. Wanted to go to the ADC purely to play a bit more darts, to take on those players in his local area who have that bit of reputation, that bit of talent.
180.
Here he is, already at the Super Series, and what makes the story even better
41,
is the fact he's 55 years of age. Really does show that there's no barrier in this sport.
81.
You can have a 16-year-old make it through to the World Championship final, and by the same token, you can have somebody of Johnny's age
100.
make his breakthrough. In fact, at the MODUS Super Series in 2023, we saw both the oldest and youngest champion. As Nathan Girvan goes a double 10 here, finds a double 10 for the break.
Nathan Girvan.
Luke Littler, obviously our youngest winner here, was 16 years of age. But Johnny Haynes was the oldest winner of a Super Series week last year at the age of 59. Age is no barrier in this sport, which is why we've got a World Youth Championship and a World Seniors Championship.
83.
Well, the World Youth Champion almost became the World Champion. He was just, well,
100.
arguably a dart away. Could have gone 5-2 up in that final with Luke Humphries.
100.
The darting equivalent of Sterling squaring it to Harry Kane in the World Cup against Croatia.
140. 41.
Well, Girvan, as if he's going to comfortably move into a 2-0 lead here.
129.
Really building up ahead of steam, averaging in excess of 107 in these early stages.
99. Nathan, you require 72.
Could be at the halfway point within the space of 3.5 minutes, tops. It's
It's
found for 15. 2-0 Girvan.
He's standing out, isn't he? He really is standing out this morning.
First. Game on.
And that includes Shane McGuirk in that conversation, the man top of the table.
55.
He's going to be looking over his shoulder at what Nathan Girvan is doing, and well, it could open up a little bit here. We've just seen
60.
Adam Mould pick up a 4-2 victory against Lisa Ashton, averaging 92.54. He's going to be the next player to have a crack at
140.
giving McGuirk his first defeat of this campaign. Maybe he's not going to have everything his own way after all.
80.
Certainly as players, when you're in that back room, you see someone running away with it, you want to be the one to stop them. I remember
100.
being in a room once and Jim McEwen was going through the card, and it looked like he was going to have the perfect Group A campaign, and I remember being in there with Josh Payne, and we was having a chat about who's going to stop him and who's going to go up. It was ended up being Josh Payne, the man who stopped McEwen from having the perfect Group A. Still yet to be done, to my knowledge.
Never has been done, the full 30 points. We've seen players complete Group B and C perfectly.
170. Johnny, you require
Girvan setting up on the fish. May not gonna go. Won't gonna go. Barnes find tops.
Johnny Barnes.
That's sporting experience and quality. When you've just been hit with everything.
Game on.
Did it look like he'd just been hit with everything? Absolutely not. Just very in control of himself, and that's what he'd have learnt from the various sports that he plays. He does a bit of snooker, bit of golf, battered
83.
county cricket, played for England itself, England over 50s.
Even Adam
60.
Pretty much played everything, he says. Anything certainly within a bar setting. I think he's had a bit of chess, tiddlywinks. That thing where you throw the ring round.
100.
You know, the one you throw the ring on the hook.
You think I'm an expert on those types of things? All those 50-50
60.
games, Matt, I suppose. You're quite good at them, aren't you?
Got to be good at something. Well, he's a
31.
mighty fine dart player as well, isn't he? For someone who's only really played, I mean, Super League level, you're sort of 22, 23. So in old money, like anything sort of 69, and you're sort of going to win more than you're going to lose at sort of Super League standard.
83.
And that's the sort of highest level that he's gone out and played in. So to be here on this stage at 55, mixing it up with a player who's played in World Youth
59.
Finals in Nathan Girvan, player who's been in the Grand Slam of Darts not too long ago.
81. Nathan, you require 152.
Can he find a Grand Slam finish on the 152? Not to be on this occasion, and so Barnes, who's improved his
52.
level just as
Johnny, you
Girvan's
require
just
123.
receded back towards the norm, has got an opportunity here to square up at 2-2. Double nine goes inside.
114. Nathan, you require 100.
Nice effort. But he will return.
60. Johnny, you require 9.
Girvan opening the door here for Johnny Barnes.
Yeah, that's game shot
Who
on the
says
forward
thank
line.
you very
Johnny
much.
Barnes.
And he's now, in terms of the pattern of play,
Fifth flag is
becoming
Johnny
the
to throw
favourite to win
first.
this, just on the
Team up.
basis that he is going to throw first in 2 out of the last 3 legs.
Well, Johnny Barnes is now favoured to win a
85.
darts match, which at one point he looked like he didn't have any say or look in. When Girvan raced away into a 2-0 lead, you thought it was a matter of when, not if.
That's what I love, though, about the Super Series. The
123.
short format can turn so quickly. You're never safe in a race to 4.
95.
And certainly the players will play with that panic. It is the week of the UK Open this week, and I do remember
60.
quite some years ago now, but they did change the UK Open on the Thursday night, which was traditionally the opening couple of rounds.
100.
They moved that to best of 7, and I don't remember one single player going, oh, I Do like a first to 4.
100.
Who are you tipping for the UK Open at the weekend?
Oh,
100.
I haven't done this actually yet, so this is going to be a bit of an exclusive. I'm going with somebody that I actually predicted at the very start of this year.
100.
Ryan
Joining you to
Searle.
121.
The UK Open has provided a new
81,
televised
making you
champion
require
in 4 the last
118.
7 years. So they're going to do the same again this year. We'll find out. Girvan looking for 118. Has he got Barnes' number?
90.
Just drags
Joining you to
below.
require 40.
Double 10.
Yeah,
To
that's
turn
been
this
short of
game
the
on
fifth
its
one.
head, Girvan
Johnny
was in
Barnes.
such a commanding position when he'd led 2-0. Barnes took that opportunity on tops when Girvan was
Six
sat
laggers need to throw
waiting to
first.
go 3-0 to the good, and since then it's been one-way traffic.
120.
A vicious bounce out there with the last dart in hand.
140. 91. 100.
Well, Barnes is making the moves now.
60.
6 darts away, you could say, possibly from the match, wrestling the darts from the grasp of Nathan Girvan, but has not made any inroads in this particular visit.
48.
The opportunity that he'd given himself has been given back.
60.
Who wants it, lads? Who wants it? Girvan's left the fish, which of course Nathan Aspinall famously won the UK Open on back in 2019 against Rob Cross.
135. Need to require 170.
Fabulous darts there from Johnny Barnes. And you'll like seeing the first dart being the one that's missed, because that
42.
means
Johnny
you can start the
requires
preparation
78.
here. He's going to get 2.
Game shot.
What
and
a
match,
turnaround.
Johnny
What a
Barnes.
performance there from Johnny Barnes, the man on debut here at the Super Series. He's very new to darts, but you wouldn't guess it from that performance. 2-0 down. Nathan Girvan running away with that one before Johnny Barnes reels off the next 4 legs. An average not too far away from the 90 gets him a 4th victory of his campaign so far. We said it'll be interesting to see how it goes, and now he is well and truly in the mix. Coming up next, Adam Mould wants to try and chase down the man at the top. That's Shane McGuirk.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds of fixtures for our Tuesday morning's worth of action. This is what we've seen so far then from the 6 games that have been played, and in a similar vein to yesterday, it is Shane McGuirk who is dominating proceedings. He has now won 7 from 7 at the beginning of the group. The first one a comprehensive win against Johnny Barnes, but was then made to work for it against Timothy Verbrugghe. He found himself 3-2 down in that game before then going on to win by 4 legs to 3. So 2 victories on the board so far for McGuirk. So the first one was that comprehensive win against Johnny Barnes by 4 legs to 0. Barnes didn't really get much of a look in as far as the game's concerned. You can even see in his facials in the background, it was an inevitability that the arrow was going to get over the line in that one. So a 4-0 win for McGuirk there. That was followed up by a bit more of a hard-working win against Timothy Verbrugghe. As I say, McGuirk 3-2 down, reeled off 2 legs in succession to seal a 4-3 success. So this is what it does then in terms of the table. So he has a 6-point lead from Adam Mould and Johnny Barnes. Nathan Girvan on 6 points as well. But it really is McGuirk who is taking full control of proceedings. And it is the top 2 in the table that are going toe-to-toe in our 7th game of the morning session. It sees McGuirk and Mould go toe-to-toe. And I'm going to make the trip over to the comms box to join Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, this one is going to be the match where if Shane McGuirk does pick up the victory, that gap may just be too great to bridge once again. Adam Mould certainly shown he's going to be capable of being the man to stop McGuirk's run and rampage on this Group A campaign. He averaged 92.5 in victory over Lisa Ashton. But McGuirk has just looked cool, calm and collected throughout this campaign. He's been able to brush aside any form of attack against his throw. But he's going to have to attack the throw of Adam Mould in this one. He has that slight advantage of being able to throw first. But he hasn't used it too well here on the opening 3.
100.
Well, McGuirk will feel the significance of this game, won't he?
It's one of those where you can imagine the conversations that are going on in the practice room, and they'll all be sort of queuing up to try and stop Shane McGuirk. But with that, they'll just be making the situation worse because essentially all they're doing is just building the pressure upon themselves. Shane McGuirk should just be able to rise above this. Let everyone else worry about it. He's done his job. He's got the points on the board. It's for everybody else to try and catch him up.
Shane, you require 167.
So 6 darts on 167 to take out the opening leg. We won't find out how Shane was feeling if he found the treble there.
139.
But will leave himself on a double after 12 to break the throw of Mould in the opening leg.
140.
Just keeps him an interested party if this doesn't go.
Yeah, that's game
13 dart breaker throw for Shane McGuirk to lead 1-0. He has set his stall out right from the get-go.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
And he just walked up and down the hockey there with a lot of purpose, didn't he? Never once flashed a look over towards Adam Mould. A picture of concentration 94. Right now, Shane McGuirk.
$70.
He's getting to the point in this group because he has such a margin at the top of the table where he'll pinpoint certain games, and once he gets past those certain games, he's past certain checkpoints. He gets past this one, There's only a couple more to go, you feel, before it is all in his hands. It's all done by the shouting.
96.
Averaging 118.77 to press.
58. Shane, you require 131.
Could back the 13 up with a 12. If he can find double 16 for 131.
I think the person who's enjoying this the most is Adam Mould. He was sort of looking over the shoulder there of Shane McGuirk with a big beaming smile on his face. I suppose right now he does
60.
have a front row
Shane, you
ticket
require
to
32.
an absolute spectacular performance here at the Super Series. The shuffles to the right hand side to open up the bed.
Second leg. Shane McGuirk.
And doubles his lead. There's nothing much that Adam Mould can do at the moment.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Shane McGuirk is on fire.
$98.
McGuirk back with his signature pencil case, which he holds all of his
58.
equipment in. Very unique, isn't it?
I like it. And I like the way he stands it up as well on the table, just to get the advertisement in there as well.
180.
Is it Kevin Dowling who had the tub?
Sandwich tub, yeah.
99.
Went on stage with a set of darts, 2 sets of lights and a tuna sandwich.
And if you did leave that, that would be a bit
59.
mouldy. There it is. Right on cue, right on brand.
134. Adam, you require 164.
Well, that just keeps him in the periphery in this leg, but Mould's got 6 and 164.
100.
Square ton puts him in a handy suit. McGuirk needs a couple of trebles here.
$65.
And he comes up dry at the worst possible time, and so Mould to bring it back to 2-1.
$32. Shane, you require
Outside chance, but you wouldn't put anything past McGuirk in this form. But you could put the 145 past him.
65. Adam, you require 32.
2 16s for Mould. 2 hold, and to bring it back to 2-1.
Forward leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on. $60.
You didn't enjoy that dart there, Shane McGuirk. He pulled it a bit low. You saw the little grimace, and I was surprised he stayed there, actually. He does have a sort of
140.
awkward angle of entry for trying to build on top of a dart. Would prefer it to be at the top end of the treble bed or just above.
140.
Adam Mould did this, didn't he, in his last game with Lisa Ashton. Started a little bit slow
100.
and then really built into it in the middle part of the game. It looks like he's having a repeat of that fixture, which
60.
would put Shane McGuirk on warning, because he was quite fortunate to keep this unbeaten run going. Timothy did have match darts against him.
81.
McGuirk wins this game. You sense he'll be one step closer to the green light and to Saturday night, and you can be here on a Saturday evening at the Super Series. Dartshop.tv, the place to be to get your tickets for the big Saturday night red carpet events. Is this going to be a red carpet finish? The 141 isn't going to go on this particular occasion, and so Mould comes back for 120
47.
to come
And
from
you
2-0
require
down to square the
120.
match up.
$60. Shane, you require 94.
Big moment in this game. Adam Mould's in a position where he could strike here. McGuirk going the more modern way of the
54,
treble
and you
first
require
rather than the
60.
25 or the ball. Mould will get 2 darts to break the throw of Shane McGuirk.
$40. Shane, you require 40.
Tots for McGuirk.
Yeah, that's game
3-1
shot
it
on the
is
forward
to
line.
the Irishman.
Shane
He's a
McGuirk.
leg away from making it 8 from 8. And it will put the arrow in great shape.
Fifth flag, it's Adam
It'd
to
mean that
throw
he'd
first.
double
Game on.
the points tally of the player closest to him in the league standings.
See the frustration there from Adam Mould. A couple of darts missed to
78.
not just level up the match, but he'd now be throwing to take the lead. Instead, he's now got to try and throw to save this fixture.
85.
You can just see the frustration, a bit of dejection there. Does he feel that the opportunity may have gone? When you don't feel great about yourself, then sort of things tend to
120.
happen to you. You get the old Robin Hood, you're picking darts up off the floor, and it just feels oh so more important.
60.
You get the sense of why always me in those scenarios, don't you?
57. 60.
Well, you get the sense that McGuirk may have to get the job done in the next leg.
60.
Is this leg a changing?
140.
That 140 leads McGuirk first to finish. It now puts pressure on Mould to find something big. Otherwise, there'll be a sense of a stench
58.
waltzing its way through the
Shane,
building.
you require 156.
Well, this would be some way to get the job done. The 156 won't go. That second dart just underneath the triple
60.
bed.
Adam, you require 128.
This could be Hail Mary time for Mould on the 128.
That's just going to add to that frustration where he's going to feel he's had opportunities in this
39.
game. He's
Shane, you
had
require
chances, they presented
96.
themselves, but Shane McGuirk may be unable to eliminate any possibility here of a Mouldy win.
Game shot
Double 8
and a
for
match.
win number
Shane
8
McGuirk.
for Shane McGuirk. And the arrow is firing on all cylinders. He is now 8 points clear at the top of the table. He is picking off the opposition one by one. And at the midway point on Tuesday, looks like he's got the group in the palm of his hands. A 90.94 average, 4 from 7 on the doubles. McGuirk has been a class apart so far. Verbrugghe and Barnes go toe-to-toe after this short break. Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Shane McGuirk continue to run riot to the top of the league table. He got the better of Adam Mould by 4 legs to 1, doing so of an average just under the 91 mark, 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubling. A convincing win, which sees him go 8 points clear at the top of the table. Next up for us, 2 products of the ADC system go toe-to-toe as Johnny Barnes and Timothy Verbrugghe face off in our middle match of the session. Barnes, who is on 8 points now because of the margin of victory for McGuirk against Mould, finds himself in 2nd spot. Verbrugghe 5th in the table and in desperate search of a victory. It feels like for the Belgian, his priority will be a spot in Group B.
$98. $60.
For me, I'm really looking forward to and excited to see Johnny Barnes here again. See how he can follow up that victory. See if he can keep
22.
this journey going.
Be hoping to find a second wind, won't he?
100.
Just love the different stories that the Super Series throws up and gives us. We had last year a player winning an entire series at the age of 16. Now we've got a player starting his darting journey as well at 55. Very sporty man. One of those that sort of can just apply their
60.
hand to various sports. We also call those sort of people really annoying. You know the ones that are just like
96.
good at everything.
I know.
140. Johnny, you require 150.
Barnes' first poke at a finish against the darts 150 isn't going to go, and so Verbrugghe had the opportunity on 1-2-1 to hold and
60.
take
Timothy,
out the
you require
opening leg.
121.
Treble 17 would have left the bullseye, and that might be where Barnes ends up at the end of this visit.
97. Johnny, you require 90.
Under the utmost of pressure. Starts on the bullseye. Ends on the
65.
bullseye, but both
Timothy,
times the
require
25
24.
was what he found.
Yeah, that's game shot
And
on
the
the
double
first
12
leg.
is
Timothy
pinned
Verbrugghe.
by Timothy Verbrugghe to lead by a leg to 0.
Second leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on. $100.
One thing we haven't spoke about yet, really, and I feel we should have, is this action of
100.
Timothy is so straight down the line, isn't it?
140.
Approach is very central to the hockey. Beautiful straight extension.
83.
But just going back to what we were speaking about earlier in terms of Central Europe being ahead in terms of development, because a lot of the work that they do in academies, or a lot of the work they
60.
do with beginners out in that part of the world, is they look at the action first and then they hope that the results come with that.
Oh, that's massively something here in the UK that I'd
58.
say we're very ignorant to. Because Dave Down the Local's done it that way for 35 years, so it must be right.
55.
We was the flagship bearers of this sport in the UK for quite some time, but I do feel we're going to get overtaken
100. Johnny,
by
you require
multiple
146.
nations over the next sort of 10 years.
$44. Timothy, you require 160.
160 for the break and a 2-0 lead. Is it going to go on this occasion? And so Barnes is back to square up.
92. Johnny, you require 102.
May have to take out the 102, otherwise his throw might be broken. Treble 19 would have left tops.
28.
And so
Timothy,
Verbrugghe
you
is back for
require
68 to double its advantage. Tops.
28. Johnny, you require
Doesn't
74.
go. And that may well be where Barnes ends up. 41 remaining, following the treble 11. And so double 16, the double of choice.
42.
And the double that is
Timothy,
missed.
You require 40. Yeah, that's game short in the second
2-0
Timothy
Verbrugghe.
This is the third lap of fixtures
Third
for the
leg,
player.
it's Timothy to throw first.
Timothy
Game on.
opened his day up successfully. 4-3 victory over Lisa Ashton. He did go down in his second game to the man top of the table, Shane McGuirk, the man who's beat everybody
26.
so far, but he had matched darts in that fixture. He only lost out by a leg. So he's there or
45.
thereabouts, isn't he, Timothy, here on debut? The Belgium, who hasn't had too much experience at sort of what we'd call recorded darts or tour darts.
60.
He did attend Q school. Did actually pick up quite a good victory there. It was against Rusty Jake Rodriguez,
140.
player who has played at the Alexandra Palace on a couple of occasions.
$140.
Is he your quintessential player that maybe when it comes to Group C or Group B,
83.
wherever he's placed on Thursday and Friday, that he would have grown in the week that much, or we might well see the best of him in the latter half of it?
I wouldn't be surprised to see him
85.
grow into it. The same for Johnny Barnes as well. We're not talking about debutants here at the Super Series like we do with some players where they come here and they've got
43.
vast experience on the various tours. These are people that are very new to this sort of environment, to this sort of level and standard of dart.
140.
Two treble visit when he needed it the most. Barnes needs to respond in kind. He's not going to do so. And so
85.
Verbrugghe
Timothy,
for a
you
3-0
require
lead
50.
and to race away with the match. And this is music to the ears of Shane McGuirk, whose grip at the top of the table gets tighter and tighter by the game.
Yeah,
And that is game shot. And the third
Timothy
leg
Verbrugghe.
to Timothy Verbrugghe. 3-0 to the good.
Forward leg is Johnny to throw first.
And what it would
Game on.
mean is, outside of Shane McGuirk at the top of the pile, who's racing clear, Mould would be on 8 points, Barnes would be on 8
17.
points, Girvan would be on 6, Verbrugghe would be on 6. And so the four behind the leader would be tightly congested in the table, which may make the race for Group B
100.
very, very intriguing indeed when it comes to tomorrow.
$60. $97.
Coming up next, Nathan Girvan up against Lisa Ashton. If Ashton can win that one, she'll move on to 4 and won't put herself out of the equation
140.
one bit. Verbrugghe has his
81.
pinky up in the air. That reminds me of one player and one player only, and that's Eric Bristow. The late, great Crafty Cockney, 5-time champion of the
101.
world.
$97. Johnny, you require 130.
To pull one back. Not to be, and so Verbrugghe now has the
42.
opportunity
Timothy, you
to
require 126.
seal the game in sumptuous style. The bullseye to win it with a ton
101.
topper. Not
Johnny,
to be
you
on this
require
occasion.
88.
To stay in it. We'll look at the 18's channel. And it's the bullseye.
Yeah,
And
that's
what
been
a
shown
dart
in the
that
forward
is.
line. Johnny Bond.
Especially because you can just get thrown off a little bit when you pull a dart low like you
Fifth
did with the
lag, it's
18.
Timothy to
But
throw first.
literally
Game on.
no drama there, no lag, no carry through. And maybe that's that sporting mentality that we've spoke about at various points of the day, and the sort of
83.
mindset that some of the sports that he has played will help him and transfer into the game of darts. There are an awful lot of transferable skills out there that you can apply.
Johnny's not the only
60.
handy cricketer in this group. Adam Mould has played a bit of club cricket in his time.
80.
Maybe we should have maybe one of our features for the YouTube channel. Maybe we should find a local cricket club and we'll get them to see who can hit the most sixes or something.
125.
Well, he's a handy golfer as well, and I know a really good golf course around here as well, so we could maybe take him down there. There's
125.
hole 2, you go over the ship. 3, you go into the clown.
$140. Johnny, you require 156.
156 to save the match. He isn't going to go on this occasion. It's over Verbrugghe. 93 to seal the win. A 4-1 success that will move him on to 6 points in the group. It'd mean 2 wins from 3 to kickstart his day, and he had the opportunity to beat Shane McGuirk.
$53. Johnny, you
Squares
require
up for tops
98.
if he returns. Thinks of his options, went for the treble 18, and so Verbrugghe back for tops for a 4-1 success.
Game shot.
And that's 2 wins from 3 from the Belgian on day 2 here at the Super Series. Timothy Verbrugghe gets the better of Johnny Barnes by 4 legs to 1. That moves him on to 6 points. It congeals the middle of the table. That the tail of the tape from that particular match. An 84.5 average, 4 for 9 on the doubles. It was solid about being spectacular from the Belgian. Coming up after the break, Nathan Girvan and Lisa Ashton go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have reached the halfway point of our day. Before the break, Timothy Verbrugghe got his second win in 3 matches, getting the better of Johnny Barnes by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, we're watching Lisa Ashton and Nathan Girvan go toe-to-toe. It's been an improved day as far as Nathan Girvan is concerned. Averages of 93.5 and an average just under 90 in his 2 matches. He's picked up 1 win against Mould. As for Lisa Ashton, well, she's yet to get off the mark. And if we're having a look at the numbers for the pair so far today, everything points to a comfortable victory for the Scot.
The question will come to where Lisa Ashton is going to pitch her darts.
First
and I'm
leg
just
is Nathan to throw first.
watching
Game
her
on.
in a warm-up darts, and she's throwing them down at the 19s again. Another sign that maybe she's not quite comfortable here, and we may not see her return
96.
back to the 20s in this fixture either. Confirmation that Lisa is going to opt to
133.
start on the 19s and start with success. $139.
Usually when you turn the board, it's because the 20s have been feathered, but it might be the 19s in this case today.
81. $137.
I think McGuirk will feel lucky that he had a 6-point lead on Girvan after day 1,
133.
because
Nathan,
Nathan
you
has
require 129.
improved tenfold from day 1 to day 2.
89.
Yes,
Lisa,
but
you
I feel
require
that
154.
defeat to Johnny Barnes that last time we saw Nathan could be a fatal blow.
58. Nathan, you require 40.
Tops for 13 dart leg.
Yeah, that's
Tops
game short in
foul
the
for
first leg.
13 dart
Nathan
leg.
Girvan.
Girvan up and running to summer plomb. Leads Lisa Ashton by a leg to 0.
Second leg is Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Should be stated as well, Lisa just coming back from a major operation. The first time we saw her back was actually here at the Live Lounge for the ADC Women's Championship, which took place in November.
93.
Lost out in the semi-finals of that particular competition to the eventual champion, Dieter Hedman. He'll be looking to defend that title back in November here at the Live Lounge. The
47.
qualifying tournaments for that over the course of the tour season begin in Middlesbrough at the end of March, the 30th and 31st of March, where both the men's and women's seasons
140.
get underway. More information on that via the ADC's Twitter feed at Dart Circuit. Men's tournament capped at
95.
256 players per event, and the numbers for the entries so far have been really good. 148 in events 1 and 2,
60.
and 125 and 126 in events 3 and 4, respectively, for the 2024 Windmill Championship Tour. Weekend 1, the 30th and 31st of March,
81.
with £80,000 between the 2 tours on offer throughout the course of 2024.
99. $58. Nathan, you require 109.
Beautiful. Double 16.
Yeah, that's game short in the
This
second
is quality
leg.
from
Nathan Girvan.
Nathan Girvan. He's not let that defeat in the last game affect him too much, just giving himself whatever
Third
hope
leg
he
is
can
Nathan to
find
throw first.
in
Game on.
regards to keeping tabs on Shane McGuirk and winning this group. But the worst case scenario for him is you've got to think Group B.
41.
Nathan's been here more than enough times to know that fact as
87.
well. Probably one of our most experienced campaigners when it's come to this format.
$180.
The average now of Nathan Girvan moves to just under 108.
45.
107.91. And that number is
140.
rising. up and above the 110.
$59. Nathan, you require 140.
Lisa's just got no reply at the moment to this fantastic performance of Nathan Girvan.
100.
Goes big, goes high, goes safe, stays right away from that treble 20.
83. Nathan, you require 40.
Tops after 12 again.
That's
And that is
short
a
and further.
second
Nathan
13 dart leg of the match for Nathan Girvan. Lisa Ashton
Forward
has
wagons,
quite
Lisa
literally
the
had nothing
first.
by way of
Him.
reply. 109.98 the average. 3 from 3 when it comes to the doubles. 2 13 darters, and the other leg was one with 109 out.
95. $140.
The average goes up again. 112.02.
33.
109.31's the calendar year record average. Posted by Tom Sykes.
180.
And we are tiptoeing now towards ultimate greatness.
95.
Absolutely spectacular, this from Girvan.
60.
Showing some real quality, some real fighting spirit. And some real
29.
warning
Nathan, you
signs
require
again for the man top of the
121.
table in Shane McGuirk.
This would be some way to win it. Double 18.
Game shot.
Golden,
And
golden
it's Nathan
Girvan.
Girvan.
2 ton plus finishes, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, and an average of 113.43. That is a statement laid down to the rest of the field. Absolutely sumptuous from Nathan Girvan to depose of Lisa Ashton by 4-0 in the space of 6 minutes and 10 seconds. That was sublime from the Scot. Myself and Matthew Edgar are going to take a breath. We're going to head to the studio, analyse that and the rest of the action after this short break.
looked a little bit more vulnerable at times, and we've now seen that there's a player just lurking around here, like we expected in Nathan Girvan, who could stop that perfect day again.
We were speaking in commentary about it. Could it be a case of day one only picking up 4 points would be his undoing, and actually McGuirk may have done the damage right at the very beginning of the group?
The longer the winning run goes, the damage is being done, because you can't catch. All you're ever doing is just trying to keep that gap the same. I mean, the legs difference as well. Shane McGuirk's very strong in that column, so he's in a spot of bother here if he's going to try and top McGuirk and take him off the top spot. McGuirk's looking pretty solid for that position. He's going to have to go on a losing run, and although we might see 1 or 2 players that could stop that, I don't see there being enough quality in here to stop McGuirk.
And even when he's not at his best, he's finding ways of winning matches, isn't he?
The sign of quality, the sign of a man who's won that WF Gold ranked event, the guy who's building and getting ready for Lakeside, even though now it's so early in the year, because he knows what his destination is. It's a luxury position, and he can literally map out the whole year with that one event in mind. And when you get to do that, we've then got to start talking about Shane McGuirk. When we match with the quality we're seeing on this stage as well, is he going to be one of the front runners when Lakeside comes around?
Definitely a very open competition, that is for sure. Elsewhere, let's talk about Adam Mould. What have been your overall assessment of his day up to press?
I don't think we've learned anything new about Adam Mould. I think everything we sort of would expect to say about Adam Mould when you see his name come up on the lineup, I think we've seen that. We've seen some really good flashes of brilliance at times, and then we see games where he's beatable by any of the players within the field. And that's Adam Mould. But we know when he gets it right and he gets it all together at the right time, he can win weeks here, because he has.
He most certainly has. Does he look like he's in the next to do it again? Or do we have 2 players in Shane, Nathan? I suppose you put Reece Robson in the mix and maybe just a level above.
On a Saturday night, anything can happen. We've seen some big results out there on that stage, but the first thing is getting there. And that's what he's got to do. He's got to navigate a way through. It doesn't look like it's going to be Group A. The best opportunity mathematically is Group B, so that's where the focus needs to be right now.
Well, talking about Premier performances, the best performance of the day, the best performance of the week so far, and in fact the best performance of 2024 here at the Super Series came from Nathan Girvan there just before the break. 113 average. He has laid the gauntlet down for everyone.
It was really good, not just because of how he performed, and you can look at the game, look at the average and go, what a performance, but it was the fact of the retaliation after the defeat in the previous game when he was 2-0 up and looked like he was going to put that performance in, then 2-0 up, cruising, ended up losing it 4-2. It would have been so easy for him to come out, think the group was over, think the opportunity has gone, and then sort of regress and sort of back, and then come back tomorrow and go, oh, that one game sort of knocked me off. He had a ready-made excuse if he needed it. He didn't want that. He wanted to come out fighting, and he improved. Real quality there from Nathan Girvan, who at the start of the day we were saying, yes, he could be a danger, but where's Nathan Girvan of 2022 gone? He turned up.
He most certainly did, and this is how the table occupies itself. Shane McGuirk racing away at the top of the pile, but underneath him, that race for Group B tomorrow could be ultra interesting. Girvan, with the margin of victories he's got today, has got a massive margin there in terms of legs difference.
That legs difference, that's extra, that's bonus points, that. I mean, he's not going to have to just lose a couple of games. He's going to have to lose them 4-0 to make this now become part of an open group. Shane McGuirk is virtually there, but he's not there. He's still got to win matches. And sometimes that can just lead you into a bit of security where you think you've got more opportunities, more lives, more time to get the job done. And ultimately then what you do is start ticking off those chances. Right, it's okay, I've still got 3 more games off, 2. Oh, I'm panicking now. That starts to kick in. So we can see this unravel. I just don't see it happening because I just see Shane McGuirk being too in control of his own emotions right now.
It looks like the Arrow may well be throwing arrows on Saturday night here at the MODUS Super Series. And you can join us every single Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth throughout the duration of Series 7. And mark the date, May the 25th, in your diary for the date of Champions Night. But you can join us each and every week here on the South Coast. And if you want more information on how to do so, well, take a look at this.
Well, myself and McGuirk have made the trip from the studio to the commentary box to watch Mould and Verbrugghe in action, and it feels like a case of follow that, lads, follow that, following that victory for Nathan Girvan with that 113 average against Lisa Ashton before the break. You get the sense this is a massive one, though, for Adam.
Yeah, he's had a day that we sort of expect for Adam Mould, where it looks like he's so close, but just doesn't quite get the job completed. But he knows how to get it done up there on that stage. He has won a week here before. He will want to do it again. Wants to have another crack at Champions Week.
First lag, it's Timothy to throw first. Game on.
First thing he's got to do is navigate a space, navigate a route through to Saturday night, be in that final 6.
$57.
How many more wins do you think it's going to take Shane McGuirk to confirm his place?
I think if he completes the card today, I think he's won the group with a day to spare. He's 8 points clear now. He wins 2 more games. I just cannot see.
100.
He'd have to collapse, and I just cannot see it happening.
He's 4 fixtures ahead, essentially, isn't he, at this point?
100.
So we're talking up to game 12 already before anybody could catch him now, and that's if someone wins all their games and McGuirk loses them all.
93.
And of course, McGuirk's last games against Lisa Ashton, who looks a bit out of sorts today, a bit under the weather. Nobody ever has completed 30 points in a Group A campaign. We've had 28 points on a number of occasions before. Jim McEwen, Alex Spellman and David Evans doing so. Tots for Timothy.
36. Adam, you require 120.
Time to climb the ladder.
$44. Timothy, you require 20. $16. Adam, you require
Wild effort
76.
from Timothy. Gives a bit of a reprieve here to Adam Mould, who would have been going through the roller coaster of emotions here. He thought he had a chance, he didn't have a chance, he thought he did, he thought he lost it again, and now he's rectified the situation. Double 16.
44. Timothy, you require 4.
Not able to complete the job.
So 2 2s for Timothy.
No
Doesn't
score.
go, and so Mould comes back for another break
32.
opportunity.
The Big Dipper leg.
Yeah, that's
Gets
game
the
shot in
happy
the first
ending in
line.
the end. Adam Mould gets the breaker throw that he's going to require at some point within this fixture.
Second lag, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
But sometimes the way in which you do it can make it feel oh so different. Well, he's just a frustrated figure
66.
up there at the moment, and that is one of the most frustrating scores you can get in darts, when you get that treble 20 with the first dart and you end up coming away with 66.
68.
On the flip side, Timothy will think that's great, because he got the treble with the last start. He was thinking, I'm going to come off the board here with a terrible score. I've scored 8 points after 2.
180.
But that frustration also boils into positivity, where you see the 180, and it was almost like an ironic raise of the eyebrows. We
100.
see it quite often when people hit something after a while. They throw their arms out to the side as if to say, where have you been for the last 5 minutes?
95.
Well, the biggest frustration for Adam be the fact that he would have felt at the beginning of the day, there would have been optimism there. Yes, Shane played well, but he would have felt he's in the mix. And as the rounds have gone along, he's drifted further and further away.
60.
He's hoping to claw 2 points back in that particular race with McGuirk to play Girvan, who
60.
has just put in the performance of the day, the week, the year. And we'll be hoping Nathan is a friend in the next match.
You require 100.
Can't be done. He was better off having a bounce out there.
40.
Beautiful.
100.
Perfect timing to lead the double.
60.
Another Mould opts to stay. I thought he may have just moved to try and open up the bed. He's got a nice clear target down on the 10s, and he gets the result. Doubles his lead. And a Mould,
Third leg,
who
it's
is
Timothy
at
to
the
throw
moment
first.
closest to chasing down McGuirk, but would need a few favours. And Girvan could be one of those. He's coming up next against Shane McGuirk in what,
81.
on the balance of play today, would technically be a main event clash of the day.
$30.
And that
60.
Super Series success really did kick something off for Adam. Not long after, he signed a deal with a major manufacturer, then tasted success on the ADC
85.
Open Series circuit. And from that victory, has become a little bit of a household name here.
I think that's one of the things that really inspires people within
100.
the ADC system, the chance not only to be here at the Super Series, but to then be part of the invitation side of the event.
42.
We saw Tom Lonsdale not too long ago go down the exact same route, as have many other players in the past. Wasn't Luke Littler originally an ADC qualifier?
121.
Once upon a time. I don't know what happened to him, mind. What a couple of things, didn't he?
94.
No, I suppose this is the one and only time where we don't mind saying Mould is a part of the furniture.
$59.
Verbrugghe, as if he's going to half the deficit back to 2-1.
60. Timothy, you require 80.
And has got the luxury of time. But be careful not to catch that. What can he see of that?
40.
Nudges just above. He'd be a bit annoyed because by and large, when the first start picture is just above the treble bed, it's a nice lie for Adam to
came short
make a
the
treble
third
in with the
leg.
second. But
Timothy
Verbrugghe reduces the gap back down to 2-1.
Forward leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Is there any players that you
100.
look at, and you've travelled a lot of the circuit, you would have seen a lot of players play that either we may have seen here before or not seen here before, that maybe we haven't spoken about or looked at enough, that could be a breakthrough
100.
emerging star, a bit like Adam Mould was last year?
Oh, there's so many. So many. Some real good talent. I always make sure when I go to
60.
the events as well, I go check out the youth events. And there's a cracking little player coming through at the moment as well.
100.
9 years old. I think could be quite an interesting talent to keep an eye on. But there's so many out there.
60.
Says a lot when we're talking about 9-year-olds as potential talents. That's the way the development path of the academies and the youth game has gone.
Absolutely. The
60.
evolution of the sport continues. And I'm hoping
80.
that the evolution of the sport can just take that next step over the next year or two.
$60. $41. $100.
160 for Mould for a 3-1 lead. Doesn't go. This time pitches below and the shake of the head just says exactly what's inside his mind. This has been a
60.
frustrating day for Adam Mould so far. A dart at the ball.
56.
Doesn't go.
Adam, you require 100.
And because Mould didn't mop up last time out, he's still in search of a ton to take the leg out. He's got a decision to make there. The way the first dart was
60.
pitched.
Timothy, you require 25.
Decided to attack the treble, it seemed. Verbrugghe back for 25 to square up at 2-2.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
Very nice.
Fifth leg, it's Timothy to throw first.
Again, it was one of those
Game
games
on.
that looked like it was going one way. Brought back there by Timothy. This is good quality, good signs that he is showing throughout the day as well today. 1-2 of his 3 fixtures already, only losing out 4-3 to Shane McGuirk after missing match darts.
100.
Not had everything his own way. He's had to come from behind, lead from the front. All sorts of various scenarios that he's had to battle through today. So
45.
really, really good to see the development right before our very eyes, as we have seen many times here at the Super Series.
100.
If he were to give out a Player of the Day award, a bit like what you do at the end of a football match, would Timothy Verbrugghe get that today?
He would be in
60.
the debate, wouldn't he? He'd certainly be within the debate, but I think on what we've seen from Girvan in that last one, it's so hard to ignore because that was just exceptional. 113.43 average. If you missed that one, I'm sure you'll be able to catch it later on the YouTube channel.
25. Adam, you require 170.
Just make sure you hit that subscribe button.
Are things about to get fishy for Mouldy? Not on this occasion.
90.
However, in a very good position to break the throw of the Belgian here.
125.
But
Adam,
that's
you
a good
require
riposte to put
80.
this 80 under all sorts of pressure. Double 10 for the break.
Yeah, that's game
Found
short in the
3-2
fifth
Mould.
leg. Adam
And one more hold and he's over the line.
6 leg, it's
You know
Adam
he's
to
not
throw
one
first.
to hide
Game
away
on.
from his emotions, Adam Mould, but he really is playing this game pumped up.
I like to see it. There's a lot of
40.
times you can just try and suppress how you feel up there on the stage, and ultimately that just makes you more nervous because you're just not being natural. You're just not letting it come through what wants to come through.
45.
If you feel something, just go with it.
$131.
In comparison to the lofty heights of Shane McGuirk, Adam Mould knows that the tungsten tide is high, but he is
140.
holding on just about. A win here would move him to within 6 points.
140.
And he will be praying for a Girvan win in the next.
41. 100.
Mould within 90 points now of the match.
60. Adam, you require
Doesn't have to go the bullseye
90.
route for it.
Opting for the 18s.
50.
Had Timothy been on a finish, we may have seen him look at the 20 route. 2 singles for the ball. But no problem here for Adam Mould. Got 3 darts to get the job done.
52.
To resist the
Adam, you
challenge. In fact,
require
make that
40.
6.
To keep himself on the periphery. Doesn't go,
20.
and it grazes the wire with a double 10.
And we see that so often when you come into the board thinking you got 3 darts for the match, all of a sudden you got 6.
59.
Missing those
Adam,
3
you
darts
require
because it
20.
just becomes or feels a little bit easier all of a sudden.
Game shot.
But Adam
and a
Mould
match.
is
Adam
just
Mould.
in the equation. He gets the better of Timothy Verbrugghe by 4 legs to 2. A puff of the chest in terms of relief following that one. He had to work hard for that particular victory. He moves to within 6 points of Shane McGuirk at the top of the table, who we're going to see in action next. If he beats Nathan Girvan, McGuirk will move back 8 clear of Mould, but more pertinently, 10 clear of Nathan Girvan. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this is the game that we have been waiting for quite some time. Nathan Girvan and Shane McGuirk going toe-to-toe, a battle of Scotland and the Republic of Ireland. Last time out, Nathan Girvan averaged 113.43, hit 2-ton plus checkouts, was 4 from 4 in the doubles to dismantle Lisa Ashton. As far as Shane McGuirk is concerned, he's undefeated, 8-0 as far as his group is concerned. But is this the most considerable test that McGuirk has faced yet?
on paper, I would have said before the start of the day, this is the one he's got to get past. On form, on the balance of play today, you would say this is the game he's got to get past.
Throw first. Game on.
The advantage he does have is he does have the advantage of throwing first within this match. That could be quite sizable in a few legs' time.
134. $140.
We know that performance from Nathan Girvan isn't a flash-in-the-pan performance. He's done that and played over that 100 average on many occasions, but it appears to have just sent the warning sign here to Shane McGuirk, who has
60.
kicked off this opening game spectacularly.
Who do you think we're going to learn more from in this game?
180.
Well, this is good, but again, we know this is in the McGuirk locker. You don't pick up those
41,
gold-ranked events if you can't
47.
produce the goods when you need to.
Two eights for
that's
12
game short
dart
in the
leg
first
to
lap.
kick starts,
Shane
and
McGuirk.
Shane McGuirk kicks off in near perfect aplomb.
Second leg is Nathan to throw first.
Giving Nathan Girvan a taste of his own medicine there.
$81.
But also, is the other challenge that when you've
140.
averaged so high and then you have another game straight away, it's following on from that.
Well, the issue you have is nothing feels good enough anymore.
97.
You're at 100 and it's like, well, I was doing so much more earlier on.
83.
Expectation can lead the mind to straggle into different avenues.
100. 100.
I wonder what Nathan's perspective is outside of the Super Series, where he sees
61.
his darting home over the next 12 months.
$60.
Seeing McGuirk tap his head
83.
quite a lot today towards
Shane,
the
you require 118.
back of the stage, getting visibly frustrated with the extra thought patterns he's having to cause himself.
78. Nathan, you require 79.
But Girvan, I feel this has to go. That's a slip.
39. Shane, you require 40.
And so this for the break. Double 10 for 2-0.
Yeah, that's
And
game
it does
short in the
go,
second
and it's
leg.
2-0 to Shane McGuirk. Girvan was waiting in the background on tops himself, but McGuirk picks up the pieces. He accrues
Third
the
leg,
break
it's Shane to
and is
throw
now
first.
halfway
Game on.
towards a 9th victory in succession.
$64. 100.
Girvan averaging 113.43 in that previous match against Lisa Ashton. That game actually available
85.
in full on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Do drop it a subscribe. On top of all the live action we bring to you 6 days a week,
100.
50 weeks of the year. We also have highlights of every session. Games like that we'll replay in full, as well as some bonus challenge content. We hosted a pairs competition last week. Well, we saw some great arrows like that thrown by the arrow. So do subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel for more on that. McGuirk himself going a bit berserk, averaging 102.38 here. 2 from 6 when it came and comes to the doubling.
90. $105. Shane, you require 82.
It's almost like McGuirk was very aware of the questions and the threat that we was posing in regards to what Nathan Girvan could produce here.
Nathan, you require 96.
These sort of chances are limited and becoming more and more vital, and again
56. Shane, you
unable
require
to
40.
take it on this occasion. And McGuirk to put himself a leg away from the match, and this is a position he's been in every single one of his games so far, being a leg away from the match, and he's always found a way to get the job done. This could be a clean sweep, 9 from 9 from McGuirk, and you did say at the start of the day you felt that Shane McGuirk could be the first man to do the 30. It's on.
137.
Average in excess of a ton. Shane McGuirk has got the feeling of,
96.
you know, in Formula 1 where the Red Bull can comfortably coast when it has to, but when it has to put the hammer down, it puts the hammer down. This is exactly what McGuirk is doing here. He has been a bit pedestrian at times today, but then he hasn't had much push back at him. As soon as he had a heavyweight opposition up against him, he has found something big.
60.
Six darts from here.
140.
He could finish it off with an 11 dart leg.
100. Shane, you require 84.
This felt like the game that was going to be the poison chalice for the arrow. But he arrows in another victory. An 11 dart leg to get over the line. It is 9 from 9. It is perfectly fine for Shane McGuirk. And he knows now he is in an almost unassailable position on a Tuesday. The average 105.47, 4 for 9 when it came to the finishing. Shane McGuirk has opened up an 8-point lead at the top of the group. He is 10 points clear of third place already. Coming up after the break, Johnny Barnes and Lisa Ashton go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, or should we say the Shane Series at the minute. 9 wins from 9 for Shane McGuirk before the break, beating Nathan Girvan by 4-0, averaging just under 105.5. 4 from 9 when it came to the finishing. He is beating the all-comers that are in front of him. Lisa Ashton and Johnny Barnes is the last game of the 4th round of fixtures. 2 players you sense, Matt, need to pick up a victory here.
If only for their own sake and to stop a trail of results at the moment going against them. For Johnny Barnes, he's going to be happy just with how it's going so far. He's up there at 55 years old on debut after just a couple of years of playing the sport. Lisa Ashton, not long ago, we're talking months ago, was uncertain if she could even win another game up
First
on a stage
is
like
Johnny
this
to
one.
throw first. Game on.
Was really struggling with nerve damage in the arm. Ended up having surgery.
100.
Wasn't fully successful. Wasn't exactly how it was supposed to have gone. That's why you're going to see her opt to play at the bottom end of the board at times on the 19s. Playing at the 20s just feels a bit of a reach for her at times, and certainly if you don't get the feeling of the dart in the hand.
100.
Well, I feel like I'm talking to the expert when it comes to how to recover from injuries. When you have a major operation like that, how long
87.
can it take to get yourself back to full fitness?
You might never do it. You might never do it. And
100.
a lot of that comes down to how it affects you in the mind. Because the body will feel a bit different, but the mind will still play things the same.
57.
They'll still expect you to do the same things, want you to do the same things. I'm sure a lot of people will find it very relatable, whether it's within darts with injury or
60.
if you used to play football and you go for a five-a-side game with the lads from work and you go, why can't I do it like I did then? The mind wants you to do things that the body
43.
doesn't always
Johnny
let you
Girvan,
do. And
141.
so sometimes you don't recover at all. So for Lisa to recover so quickly the way she has, absolutely brilliant. And she's going to be a force once again
97.
in the ladies' game, which she'll be going to that women's series in just a couple of weeks' time.
Can the hardest thing to accept is
41.
whether it's
Johnny
short-term or
Girvan,
long-term
44.
in your mind saying, I'm not what I was before, because you want to be at that level?
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg. Johnny Barnes.
The hardest thing is when you see bits of it. And you
Second
go, right,
leg
it's
is
in
Lisa
there,
to throw
I can
first.
see it,
Game on.
I just need it to come out a bit more regular. Because you don't lose the ability to do it, you lose the ability to do it consistently.
96.
And that's where the frustration comes.
100.
Well, we should say on the counter-argument, 2 weeks ago made the semi-finals of the World Seniors Championship and was playing some brilliant stuff en route. And was only a couple of legs of making it through to the jackpot match against John Henderson. Lost out in a last set decider, tie-break decider to Colin McGarry.
85.
Congratulations to John Henderson winning that title. I don't
83.
suspect it's going to be his last either.
It was sort of a year later, wasn't it, for Hendo? Because when he first dropped onto the seniors tour, there was high expectations that he was going to go do what Leonard Gates did and pick up various titles.
Another one of them would have left 88.
96. Lisa Uriquara 132.
A little bit of champagne and stardust.
Seniors tour might be something that
52.
Johnny Barnes
Johnny
might start
Uriquara,
eyeing up.
40.
55 years old, so hits the criteria. Need to be 50 plus.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
2-0
Johnny
up
Barnes.
against the lady who reached the semi-final of the Seniors World Championship. Maybe encouraging signs
Third leg
for
is
Johnny
Johnny
Barnes
to
to
throw
say,
first.
maybe I
Game
just
on.
need to go do a couple of these events. He's eyeing up some of these ADC, certainly
100.
the part of the world he's from, you get quite a few of them up in Middlesbrough. I'm sure he'll be getting the darts out, going to the ADC, having a Palmo.
And probably very excited when he gets the draw G Durrant.
He did tell me earlier on that he's
123.
actually played Jamie Durrant quite a few times, relative of Glenn Durrant. And I asked him, I says,
95.
what's your record like against Jamie? And he goes, I've got the better of him. Which I thought was a good measuring stick, really, because we've seen Jamie down here with
85.
success at the Super Series on a few occasions. So it was a real good sort of measuring stick to see where the ceiling may lie for Johnny Barnes.
83.
Well, the ceiling here is very good, average in excess of 93.5, 40% on the doubles thus far.
100.
And looking as if he's going to move into a 3-0 lead.
$33. Johnny, you require 93.
And he's got all the time that he wants. Double 16.
77.
Just nudges inside. So double 8 upon his return. Tell Ashton's working so hard to try and make something happen, but it hasn't quite happened in this game. It's actually been an improved average from what she's thrown so far.
No score.
And she's going to get a chance to get the break.
60.
She's avoided throwing up at the 20s. Now she's got to go to the very top of the board.
20.
She thought the second one was in. It was
Johnny,
right
you
on the
require
wire. And with the
60.
big barrels that she's got, you can sometimes get a bit of a misread. There's only one place this can go, and it does.
Johnny Barnes.
Johnny Barnes, top corner. We ever heard that
Forward
before?
lag, it's Alicia to throw first. Game on. $79.
Of course, Bo Griesel, half of the
100.
headlines of the Women's Series in 2024. But who else do you expect to have a good year there? Maybe somebody under the radar that may not have been spoken up but in good form recently.
85.
I think I'm going to be interested when I see the entry list. Because I've seen out on the various tours, there's been a couple of
55.
players that sort of stand out. And you go, oh, we'll see. See how they get on. See if they go give it a go. And I'll be more excited to see the
33.
entry list just to see who's actually going to be heading to that tour this year to see if they can dethrone Bo Greaves.
85.
I think obviously Fallon Sherrick's got to be very high on that list. Someone who's been
95.
having a fair bit of success down here at the Super Series when she attends Portsmouth.
I'm intrigued to see how Rihanna Sullivan gets on. She's been playing great for the next couple. Actually, a player I'd love to see here. Maybe have a shot at maybe a Group C or maybe even a week here. I think she'd be a great addition to this tournament. I think she's going to do some more damage on the women's tour.
138.
Barnes looking to do the damage on Ashton here.
58.
Does it go? And so Ashton 88 to extend this match. If he keeps it straight, it should be
Johnny,
a dart at tops at the very
80.
least to complete the job. Even better, 2 at double 10.
60.
Doesn't go.
Lisa, you
And so
require
Ashton will get another
56.
couple of opportunities to keep this game ticking just a little while longer. It is tops. Again, grazes the wire. Both of them graze the
16.
wire, but neither could find its intended
Johnny, you
target.
require
And so
20.
Barnes to get over the line.
10. Lisa, you require
Lisa was
40.
close. She somehow got closer without it going in. But she's
No
had opportunities
score.
now in this match. That is 7 darts without
Johnny, you require
able to
10.
convert.
Barnes is getting closer,
No score.
but he still can't cross the finishing
So you
line.
require 40.
Tops. Now 10s.
Yeah, that's
And
game
eventually
short on
the
the
leg
forward line.
is completed.
Please,
Ashton gets on the board, and now Barnes throws for the match.
Fifth leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on.
One of those legs that once it's over, both players kind of breathe a sigh of relief that it's done.
Oh, absolutely.
140.
Sometimes even when you lose a leg like that, you just want it done. You don't want to keep coming back and making the same mistake. You almost get like a feeling of embarrassment with that sort of situation, and you just want it to be put in the rearview mirror. And look at the response here from both.
100. $174.
Maybe winning that scrappy leg has just lit a fuse in Lisa.
41. 95.
She's left herself the ice cream finish here on the south coast.
99.
Tops. Well, that felt like a bit of confusion there, and then slipping into the 5. And so Barnes
Johnny
for the
Uruguay,
match.
80.
Well, he had this combo in the last leg to win the game. He couldn't convert,
Game
but
shot
this time
and a
he
match.
can, as he
Johnny
seals a
Barnes.
4-1 victory against the Lancashire Rose, who continues her woes. As for Barnes, he moves himself on to 10 points and into the top 3 as far as the table is concerned. That's the tale of the tape from that particular match. When we return, Girvan Verbrugghe will be what we'll be watching.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What an intriguing day we've witnessed here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Ton-plus averages flowing like confetti at a Greek wedding so far on Tuesday. This is what we've seen so far. Nathan Girvan's averaged 113 today, and then Shane McGuirk has averaged just under 105.5 in beating Girvan by 4 legs to 0. It's kind of same order restored though as far as the league table is concerned. McGuirk still flying his way in front. So McGuirk, he's clear. His streak's clear. Miles clear at the top of the table. He's effectively got 1 foot into finals night on Tuesday afternoon, and that game against Nathan Girvan could have been the one that sealed the fate of McGuirk in the end. He knew the challenge that Nathan provided. He came up with the goods. He got over the line, a comprehensive winner in that one. Girvan there, broken in the second leg, and then McGuirk going berserk, winning the game with an 11-dart leg, a 4-0 victory against the Scots. So let's have a look then at the league table as we head into the final round of fixtures for the day. McGuirk 9 for 9, perfect thus far. Mould and Barnes the two closest to him, but they're 8 points behind, and McGuirk has got Ashton in his final game of the session. We are going to watch Nathan Girvan in action now. We'll see how he responds from that 4-0 defeat against Shane McGuirk against Timothy Verbrugghe. I'm going to make the trip over to the comms box to join Matt.
What will the reaction be of Nathan Girvan? A great question posed there by Henry Deacon. We've seen the reaction from the disappointment when he threw away a 2-0 lead. He came back out and thrown 113 average, but then came out against Shane McGuirk when we thought he could be the man to stop Shane McGuirk at the top of the table, and he didn't even get a single dart at a double in that game. McGuirk brushing him aside with a 105 average of his own. Will he respond in kind again and give us another fanfare performance? He will.
First leg is Nathan to throw first. Game on.
He will be looking over his shoulder at the possibility here of dropping into Group C, which, when you're a player like Nathan Girvan coming
96.
into these sort of events, you always think minimum top 3. Confirm that place in a Group B campaign, get that mathematical advantage. But he could have his hands full here. I've been mightily impressed with what we've seen today from Timothy.
He's a player
98.
that can draw you in, isn't he, Timothy Verbrugghe? And that's what Nathan's trying to avoid in this match. It's just one of those players, and sometimes there's no rhyme or
100.
reason for it, but every single time you play against him, it always seems to be a battle.
140.
You must have played players in your career where it doesn't matter what the scenario, what the event, doesn't matter what stand you're playing at, it always tends to be a battle against said player.
140.
Darius Labanauskas.
167.
Well, it'd be a battle for your part, maybe not so much for him.
95. Timothy, you require 161.
161 for Verbrugghe. Trouble 17 would have left the bullseye for our first more sizable finish of the week. Double 8, good recovery the second dart,
64.
but then pitched inside with the third. So Verbrugghe
24.
has the break chance on double 12. Double 6.
12. Nathan, you require 8. Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg.
Girvan gets over the line. He takes the first leg on double 4. 1-0 to the Scot.
Second leg, it's Timothy to throw
I
first.
don't know about you,
Game
but
on.
just looking at the mannerisms of both players, it feels like two guys on the stage. It just looks like they've had the stuffing knocked out of them a bit. Particularly Nathan.
121.
He'll be more than experienced enough in this field to know that Shane McGuirk's got such a lead.
97.
And I don't want to dismiss a 4-time world champion, but Lisa Ashton, she's not playing to those standards today. She's been mid sort of 70s throughout the day. We've seen her play most of the day on the 19s. you'd expect to see Shane McGuirk leaving here with 20 points.
140.
That's going to put him the full 5 fixtures away from Girvan. He'd have to lose all his matches tomorrow just to give Girvan any chance.
140.
But this is a superb recovery from the Belgium in leg 2, leaving a ton after 9.
42.
And it's
Timothy
going to
Uruguay,
half time.
100.
Tops.
Yeah, that's
For a
King Sean in
12
the
dart
second
riposte.
line.
That was
Timothy
superb
Verbrugghe.
from Timothy Verbrugghe. His first ton topper being straight on the nose. 1-1.
Third leg is Nathan to throw first. Game on. $80. $100.
Speak about Darius Labanauskas, but we are going to see him in action in Series 7. It was announced by ADC Europe. We'll have to try and drag you in for that week.
140.
I'm not available, I'm afraid. I'm not here.
Why do I see TripAdvisor on the search bar for the week that Darius is playing?
60. $60.
Yeah, I heard there's a new shampoo out that week I've got to try.
100. $60.
Well, Shane McGuirk is head and shoulders above the rest right now, and we'll see him in action in the last game against Lisa Ashton. Adam Mould and Johnny Barnes follows this tie between Girvan and Verbrugghe, which is finally poised
41.
at 1 apiece.
Nathan Uruguay, 161.
And Girvan has 6 darts on 161.
105.
And does the sensible, mature job of setting up.
$140.
But the 56 is under severe pressure. 2 at tops, has to go, you feel. Double 10.
36.
Verbrugghe
Timothy
has a chance to
Uruguay,
break now.
60.
If he can pin tops.
40. Nathan
But the
Uruguay,
chance goes
20.
a-begging.
Yeah, that's
And
game seven, the
Girvan didn't
third
need
leg.
a second
Nathan Girvan.
invitation to the party. 2-1 to the Scot.
Forward leg, it's Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Stage isn't big enough for Nathan Girvan. Makes his own little extension there at the
97.
the back. I've seen players do that before, especially when they play a slower player. Just not so much here, but they'll sort of walk down the stairs and back up, or
85.
walk off the stage and sort of walk around and then back on it again. I'm yet to see that, but there is space at the back of the room. I wouldn't be surprised one day
59.
if we saw someone do a lap. Seen a few victory laps down there, haven't we, on a Saturday night?
100.
Well, when Richie Burnett plays here, it might be well advised to stand on the bottom of the steps.
60. $57. $55. $180.
Well, it's been a bit of an up and down performance so far from Nathan Girvan, but he's beginning to go through the gears now.
60. Nathan Uruguay, 79.
Threatening the break. Threatening a 3-1 lead. Tops.
39. Timothy Uruguay, 170. 98.
to get firm
Nathan
control of the
Uruguay,
match.
40.
To break the throw of Timothy.
35. Timothy requires 72.
Is that dejected look that you spoke about before when you said, does it look like he's got the stuffing knocked out of him? It was almost no frustration in there.
33. Nathan, you require 5.
As if the fight is running a little low.
Yeah, that's game shot in the fourth leg. Nathan Girvan.
And it's a game that if Verbrugghe goes on to lose, he'll feel that's passed him by. Girvan has passed up opportunities,
Fifth
but he's
leg
going to
is
let that
Nathan
one
to throw
slip from his
first.
grasp.
Game
And he
on.
now throws for a 4-1 victory.
Girvan's walking round 3-1 up on the stage, but he's walking around like a man who thinks it's too late.
140.
Not too little, he's winning, he's playing well. But maybe too late to really have an impact on winning this Group A. This is where you just need that night to reset the
140.
goals, reset the focus, go, right, okay, the best I can do here is a Group B. Mathematically, it's not. He could still
58.
catch Shane McGuirk mathematically going into tomorrow, but he'd be a very brave guy to be back in that one.
Realistically, look at the league table now.
140.
There'd be a large portion of players that'd be happy just to freeze it here and just go again with Group B and C on Thursday and Friday, wherever they're sat, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely.
171.
But another maximum visit there from Girvan. Showing real flashes of quality today.
100.
There's a lot
Nathan
that you can
Uruguay,
take away and be
132.
positive about. The question is he able to see them during the raw emotion
64.
of what will happen when he
Timothy
looks at the
Uruguay,
table?
121.
This would be a sickener, though, for Girvan if Verbrugghe can take this out. To save the match, it's not going to go. And so Girvan comes back for 68.
42.
It'll
Nathan Uruguay,
move him up
68.
to second place in the table. But that'll be a mere consolation for the Scot, as he eyes up
Game
tops
shot
for a
and a
4-1
match.
win.
Nathan
At
Girvan.
times, he was simply unplayable. And at the moment, Nathan Girvan is the best of the rest as far as Group A is concerned. He moves into second position in the table. He beats Timothy Verbrugghe by 4 legs to 1, doing so with an average of 86.7, 4 from 11 when it came to the doubling. As for Verbrugghe, well, there were signs today, wasn't there? Signs of improvement as far as he was concerned. But defeat to Girvan means that he ends the day on 6 points. Coming up after the break, Mould takes on Barnes. The victor will leapfrog Girvan in the league table and move on to 12 points. And so we head into the home straight on Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series. 2 more games to go. Adam Mould against Johnny Barnes will kick it off, and the victor will take P2 following the second day's play here in Portsmouth, and will be the closest challenger to Shane McGuirk going into the final day's play. 2 players that at the beginning of the week probably would have been happy with second place in the Group A table after a couple of days, but particularly Adam Mould. You get the sense that he will be frustrated when he walks out the door when he is done.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of frustrated
First
today
leg, it's
in
Adam
regards
McGuirk
of
first. Game on.
they will feel they've had opportunities, and they have. The opportunities have presented themselves for all the players today. It's just been that same story, though it's been all day and all week so far. It's that Shane McGuirk's took them all.
Sounds like Pokemon, that.
57. $100.
I'm surprised that's not one of... You got any Pokemon amongst your collection?
121.
Not me, no. I don't know anything about Pokemon.
$100. $100. Adam, you require 161. $93.
So, Mould leaving 68 after 12 to take out this opening leg. Going about his
45,
business
and you
quite
require
proficiently
68.
so far. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye here, so assesses the options.
28.
And by hook or by crook has left himself on tops.
$85. Adam, you require 40.
Tops for Mould to find a hold. Double 10.
30.
But this could be a leg
Johnny,
that
you
may
require
just slip through his
93.
fingers when it looked like he had full grasp of it. Double 16, and that is a steal from Johnny Barnes. Adam Mould had that in his leisure. He must have thought it was in his back pocket, and it's been taken from it. 1-0 Barnes.
Well, that's kind of been the story of Adam Mould's day, hasn't it? Feels like he's got the job done. Feels like it's in his hands. Misses the opportunity. That's the key thing to remember here, because a lot of the times you'll go away and you'll remember things
58.
like, oh, he took out that 93. But to get to that opportunity, he still needed Adam Mould to miss first, and
100.
he did.
$100.
Just a reminder of our transmission times throughout the course of the week. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 9:30
$125.
a.m. and then Thursday and Friday split across 2 sessions. The afternoon beginning at 1 p.m. in the UK, the evening session 10 p.m.
26.
in the UK, and then Saturday night we begin at 7:30. And we are all the way through to a winner. So there'll be no stop starting. It will be 9
100.
games back to back to back to back for your darting entertainment here in Portsmouth.
140. Johnny, you require 148.
148 for a 2-0 lead. Not going to go. There's been 1 or 2 times where he looks as if he's going to half threaten these
60.
big finishes,
Adam,
Johnny
you require
Barnes, but
107.
hasn't been able to convert. To break back. Double 16.
91. Johnny, you require 88.
Double 7. It's almost as if he was
Yeah, that's game short
almost
in the second
thinking
leg.
it's going to be
Johnny
the
Bond.
bullseye, but he is 2 from 2 on the doubles. Last start in hand. Adam Mould
Third
has
leg
put a
is
bother
Adam
here.
to throw first. Game on.
I couldn't take my eye off Adam Mould when that double went in, and he just stood at the back of the stage, and the facial expression could be described as if. 2 good finish, 2 clutch finish, 1 dart in hand from Johnny Barnes. But it looks to have frustrated Adam Mould a little bit here. Thrown with a little bit more
91.
purpose.
$83.
Well, Mould's averaging 95 compared to the 84 Johnny Barnes, and he
100.
finds himself 2-0 down and a breakdown.
$100.
130 for Mould. Didn't have to chase the bullseye with Barnes not on a
90.
finish. And so he sets himself up for tops after 12 to bring it back to 2-1. Thing is, you don't want to give Barnes a go at a double because so far he's been immaculate in
40.
the sort of range that he's left himself on. 2 10s. Double 5. Well, this is
35.
mouldy.
Johnny, you require
Very, very
78.
mouldy. One dart at tops. It's been 2 from 2 so far.
Yeah,
Make
that's
it
game
3
short in
from
the third
3.
leg. Johnny Barnes.
Picking more pockets than Oliver Twist is Johnny Barnes.
Fourth leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on. $85. $65.
What's been your
96.
overall assessment of the day?
I think you can look no further than the top of the table. That's the only place you need to look here at the moment. That's Shane McGuirk, who's just
97.
dominated the group once again. Everyone's playing for second place.
$80.
We do only have one more fixture to go. That is Lisa Ashton, the 4-time Women's World Champion, attempting to
$60.
serve up the first defeat of the group for Shane McGuirk. On the balance of
100.
play, it appears to be a mighty uphill task, that one for the Lancashire Rose.
100. Johnny, you require 140. $120.
Surprisingly, available at 1 to 3, Shane McGuirk. Thought it might have been a little bit smaller than that.
171.
Just keeps
Johnny,
himself
you require
interested, but
20.
Barnes has been 3 from 3 on the outer ring.
Game
Make it
shot.
4 from
And the
4
match,
as he
Johnny
beats Adam
Barnes.
Mould by 4 legs to 0. Mould dominate the scoring phases, but 8 missed darts at a double, twinned with Barnes' perfection when it came to the outer ring. Saw the ADC qualifier get over the line. 89.73, they had 4 from 4 on the doubles. Mould of a 93.57, but those 8 missed darts at double came back to cost him big time in the end. So one more game to go for Tuesday's action. It sees Lisa Ashton and Shane McGuirk go toe-to-toe. Super Series from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we have reached the final game of the afternoon session. It sees top versus bottom. McGuirk against Ashton. McGuirk looking to complete the card for a second consecutive day and could be 2/3 of the way towards the perfect Group A campaign, which has never been done before here at the Super Series. As for Ashton, if there is some kind of solace that the Lancashire Rose can take, her only victory so far this week came in the final game of the session yesterday. But are we clutching at straws in that particular scenario?
It was against a completely different player as well. Shane McGuirk is full of confidence right now. We know he's a quality darter, but when you mix a quality dart player with confidence, it kind of is a recipe for disaster for the rest of Group A, which
First lag is released at a throw
has
first.
been the case so far. 9 from 9 for McGuirk. But Lisa has found a lot of success down here on the 19s, but the fact that she still feels the need to persist with this tactic just suggests that maybe things
100.
aren't all rosy.
$35. 100. 67.
Good start to the game this for Lisa. And McGuirk not quite
26.
firing on the cylinders that we saw from him last time out. Average 105.47, was 4 out of 9 when it came to the finishing, and a 4-0 victory against Nathan Girvan. That consolidated his place as the dominant force at the top of the table. Will at the very least have a 6-point lead at the top of the table overnight. It could stretch to 8 if he wins this game.
Lisa, you require 105.
Ashton, though, gets the first poker to finish, 105. 98 left, so treble 20, double 19.
81.
We saw a certain Cameron Crabtree go 3 bullseyes for this. Nearly took all the W's at Champions Week. Finds the treble 18, last dart in hand. That leaves him on 52.
24.
Ashton comes back for double 12 to take out the opening leg. Eking closer and finding his way in. 1-0 to the Lancashire Rose.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
That's only the 6th leg that Shane's conceded so far today. Such has been his dominance at times. And 3 of them came in the game against Verbrugghe.
59.
It's just always been a step ahead, hasn't he, Shane McGuirk? Always feels like a throw ahead.
100.
He's been someone who's really developed and grown as well over the time since he's been here at the Super Series. I remember I was on commentary actually with Paul
97.
Nicholson for the first time we saw Shane McGuirk, and the evolution of his game since then, very clear to see, even down to the technical side of the game. He looked very loose before, a lot of movement, very fidgety. He certainly evolved and adapted through time. And now looking at a very solid player who could be one of the players we talk about at the end of the year as being one of the likely runners
Shane McGuirk.
when that Lakeside World Championship kicks off again.
Third leg, it's Lisa.
But it's the next step now
first.
here to win
Game on.
things. You look at his record in this competition. 2 semi-finals. A runners-up spot lost out to Steve West in Series 4, Week
98.
5. Is the next step now to pick up that trophy.
Oh, absolutely. He's a player who
83.
you'd imagine will win weeks here at the Super Series. It more feels when rather than if.
33.
And when you look ahead to this week, and looking at the darts that he has produced so far, it's hard to
45.
make a strong case for why it won't be this week. This could be the week McGuirk picks up his first weekly title.
99.
Having seen what Nathan Girvan's done today, you still of the opinion that McGuirk and Robinson are the two players that stand out in this lineup?
100.
Yes. I think it's hard to oppose
95.
at the moment. Reece Robinson, obviously someone who's picked up a title here before. Girvan, we've seen that explosive nature that he can have. The 113 average today. But this is just consistently good
100.
from McGuirk. Could be the earliest I've ever known anyone qualify, as confirmed mathematically here in a Group A campaign.
Could be done by the end of the first round of fixtures tomorrow, incredibly. But Lisa Ashton has got something in the works here.
133.
For 2-1.
43.
Averaging around about the 87 mark, but has missed the big number, and so has to spurn a dart before going to
11.
double 16.
Shane
Doesn't
Yurikoi,
take it,
40.
and now McGuirk can pounce. No
that's
mistake.
closer than the
2-1
third line.
McGuirk. He gets
Shane
the
McGuirk.
break. Well, McGuirk is showing some
Forward
aura in
lag
this
is
group,
Shane to throw
and we'll be
first.
watching the
Game on.
aura of Reece Robinson on Thursday here at the Super Series. Probably the best interview we've ever had here.
Probably.
59.
It certainly was. Watch it every night.
He made more claims in that interview than Jay Cartwright did in a caravan.
95. $94.
McGuirk leads 2-1. This our final game of the day. But it's not the end of our content, though, here on the MODUS Super
119.
Series YouTube channel, because we will have highlights of this session. There's been plenty of them as well. Plus, you can watch that Nathan Girvan 113 4-3 average in full against
140.
Lisa Ashton. Tailor-made content for you on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
59. $58.
Do your job and say subscribe. Incredibly, there's a lot of people that watch this broadcast that ain't subscribed to our YouTube channel. And the more subscribers, we'll be doing more things, more content, making some more
39.
giveaways as
Shane
well.
Yurikoi, 150.
McGuirk has been giving no gimme to the rest of the group. 6 darts on 150 to open up a 3-1 lead on the Lancashire Rose.
50.
Incredibly, the one thing that McGuirk hasn't done
99.
today
Shane Yurikoi,
is hit a
100.
ton plus out. Tops, he wants to keep that trend alive. Chase the treble, straight the other side.
42. Lisa Yurikoi, 90.
Could end on the ball. That's in the treble, double 5.
85. Shane Yurikoi, 58. Yeah, that's game shot on the
No
forward
problems,
line.
no
Shane
dramas.
McGuirk.
No issues from Shane McGuirk. That has
Fifth
been
flag is Lisa
the
to throw
luxury
first.
he has had
Game
throughout
on.
this Group A campaign. It is very, very rare you have one of these sort of drama-free
83.
campaigns. But he could be getting the job completed. Booking his ticket to
96.
Saturday night. Quicker than probably most of our audience will be booking them to Saturday night.
83.
But does that put a target on his back when it comes
81.
to Saturday?
I don't think the players really take too much note of how a player gets there or what they've done within the week. It might give him some bragging rights, should he wish to use them, but Shane's not that sort of
100.
character. Shane's the sort of guy that'll just go up there, throw his darts, and if he throws them better than you, he wins. If not, he'll shake your hand and say, well done.
85.
There'll be no shenanigans from Shane.
You could say no shenanigans.
You could, but I'm not going to.
46. Lisa
Well,
Gilligan,
Lisa here has got the
117.
luxury of 6 darts to take out this 117. Gonna need the 6 darts to take out the 117. Good recovery of the second.
77.
Square herself up for tops upon her return.
One on the M40.
Piling the pressure on.
40.
Has to go. Double 10. Chasing 5 to stay alive.
35.
And McGuirk is back
Shane
for a 4-1 win.
38.
Splits.
Game
Hits.
shot.
And
a
Shane
match.
McGuirk
Shane McGuirk.
goes berserk again. 10 wins from 10. The arrow is pitch perfect here in Portsmouth. He is the Superman at the Super Series, and he knows he is almost there for days to spare. 91.99 the average, 4 from 5 when it came to the finishing. There was not much not to like as far as Shane McGuirk was concerned on day 2. Myself and Matthew Edgar are going to make our way now over to the studio to analyse all of the action. So do join us after this very short break. Welcome back. Time for some post-match analysis here at the MODUS Super Series. Myself and Matthew Edgar have been watching all 15 games, and usually we ask in this spot, what have we learned from today? But to be honest, it was kind of same order from day 1, really.
More of the same, really. Shane McGuirk, too strong, too good for the group, and just absolutely dominant once again. Picking up all the victories. You said at the start of the day, I reckon we could see the 30 points finally get done, be Shane McGuirk here at the start of this series. And at the moment, I can't argue with that statement.
Hang it in the Louvre if that does happen. Right, let's have a look at the results then from Tuesday's action at the Super Series, because again, McGuirk completes the card. He goes 5 from 5, and he really is dominating the league table. He's 8 points in front. But is it fair to say that aside from Shane, the other big performer has been Nathan Girvan?
Well, he stands out due to that 113 average that he thrown earlier on, the way he reacted to negativity as well. But I think the job in terms of this group's probably too far, and it's done already pretty much, other than mathematically speaking, for Shane McGuirk having the job completed. But Nathan Girvan has shown us that quality that I asked to see, that quality that we wanted to see, that he was showing back in 2022. He looks like he's starting to get back into a bit of form, and when you play on the tours that Nathan Girvan does, these tours are a 1-year ranking system. When you play on things like the Pro Tour, you've got your 2-year ranking, but with the Development Tour, the Challenge Tours, those 1-year systems mean that everyone starts at 0. again at this point. So it's a fresh start for him once again. Everything's reset. Everything begins. It doesn't matter how far away you was a few months ago. You're back on an even keel again, and you're back competing again. So I think that sort of reset, that refresh has probably done him good, and he's got some fight about him once again.
But does the 113 put a target on his back, especially for later on in the week, whatever group he gets put in?
No, I think it does the opposite. It would if it was somebody else, maybe, but we know the quality of Nathan Girvan, and with that reputation that Nathan Girvan has, that he has built up from being successful in various tours throughout the years, because of that reputation, it should ultimately have that little bit of fear, because we know what he's capable of, and we know what he's capable of on a very recent basis.
Adam Mould, is he either a really easy player to read where he is, or hard player to read where he is right now?
I don't know where he's going to be in regards to how happy he is with his performances. He should be quite happy. He's playing to par, he's playing to type, he's not playing better, he's not playing worse, he's literally playing to the expected levels that we'd see from him. If he had a downside or something he wouldn't be happy with, it'd probably be the fact that he feels he's not getting away with anything. Players just taking out the shots where they've got one dart in hand. But before those opportunities present themselves, he's normally getting at least a dart himself first. So it's in a position where it's in his own hands. He's getting a chance, just those chances are quite small.
So Adam Mould in the mix, particularly for that Group B race. I want to talk elsewhere now. Timothy Verbrugghe, it felt like such an improved day, and he's a player that I think we've learned already is going to dig in no matter what the task is in front of him.
I didn't know what to expect. Hand on heart, I've not seen him really play too many darts before. It's all quite new to me in watching Timothy. I'm sure to a lot of people at home, they've not seen him too much. Maybe in Belgium, he's probably one of those sort of local unearthed talents. Like we've got many here in the UK, and we continue to find here at the Super Series. But I've been really impressed with what I've seen. For somebody who's never played on a stage before, for someone who's new to all this, he's had one attempt at Q School, and when you look through that, it wasn't a successful hunting ground for him. But he did have that standout result that I pick out where he beat Rusty Jake Rodriguez. And you go, if you can beat Rusty Jake Rodriguez, you've got to have a little bit of quality about you. So it just puts you on notice when you're watching a player here, and you know what he's got in the locker, and it's starting to come out. It's been really impressive.
Johnny Barnes is our ADC UK qualifier this week. Do the boundaries change for him? Because we've heard a lot about his story. This is such a big opportunity for him. Do we judge him by different yardsticks? And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way.
In a way, I'm kind of not analysing or judging Johnny Barnes. I'm almost just enjoying watching him, because I'm loving the story. And I don't want to sound horrible by this, but how many years does he actually have playing the sport? This isn't like one of the exciting stories where we see someone like a Luke Littler come in here and go, oh, where's he going to go within this game? Johnny Barnes is now 55 years old at the start of his journey. It's going to be one of those journeys that's at the start and maybe even towards the end of that journey as well. You know, how many years is he going to be able to? Is he going to be able to travel? Is he going to be able to commit to this sport, especially with the other sports that he plays as well? So for Johnny Barnes, I'm just really enjoying watching him and watching the story unfold. And do you know what? I'd love to see him get through the Saturday night. That would be a real success for Johnny.
Well, we will see whether that happens over the course of the next few days. But let's have a look at the table as for now. And it looks like, barring the most miraculous of disasters, Shane McGuirk is going to be making his way through to Saturday night's final. He's 8 points in front at the end of day 2, 20 legs better off in terms of the legs difference. And compared to the next best player in legs 1, 10 better off than Nathan Girvan. It could actually be done by the end of the first round of fixtures tomorrow. And
just again, touching on Johnny Barnes, what a great screenshot there. He can get a photo, sat in second place in a field here of quality players and players who just sat back and watched this. He just watched the Super Series on a regular basis. So another real good sort of souvenir, because I feel that's what he's going to be taking. But Shane McGuirk, he's been the headhunter, hasn't he? And he's got all the scalps.
How long do you reckon it'll take tomorrow?
Not long at all. I think this could be done after lap 1.
Be interesting to see. Well, Matt, thank you for your company today. Thank you for your company as well today here at the Super Series. And I suppose the question is, what have we learnt on day 2? Well, the answer is quite emphatic. McGuirk goes berserk once again. The arrow has been poisonous to the darting hearts. Bye from us.